Thank you. It's now for the pastor to open.
We can be seated. The governor of the great Kunene and the head of the upstream petroleum unit and every other guests that are here and all other dignitaries, good afternoon. Allow me to share text before I pray. And these two texts, they are very short and simple. And one is Genesis chapter 1 verse 28, and it says as follows: "Fill the earth and subdue it." And Psalms 24 verse 1 says, "The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it belongs to the Lord." These verses emphasizes that humans should manage and take care of the earth. God instructed us to be steward of everything that is under this earth, to use the resources wisely and to benefit from the resources wisely. We are steward. The Bible interprets steward as subdue the earth, as responsible taking care and management of the planet. And all these things they belong to God. And Psalms 24 verse 1 clarifies that the earth belongs to God, emphasize that humans are merely instructed of its resources. Saying this, we being given these resources, we are also given the mandate of benefits from them. So, henceforth, by giving this to benefit from them, we need also to be using them wisely. Let's pray together. Our Father in heaven, thank you very much for this time granted unto us to speak to you. Father in heaven, you have given us leaders on this planet Earth, giving us whatever that we are given, the resources on this earth. Lord, you have given them us to take care of them. Help them, Lord. Help us, Lord, to use them wisely. We are giving all our leaders as we are going to contemplate on whatever they are going or they brought to us, that may your Holy Spirit work within them. Father, thank you for hearing this prayer that we prayed in Jesus' name. Amen. And I'm very sorry for my voice. I was somewhere preaching for a week, for the whole week. That's why my voice is gone. Thank you.
Umuhonge wakumbu wajangatu the hindi mutukarandi numuno bina mbiri mehindi ngatuhu pemo chimotalembo ndimali hitasana na injonda ndo njitwe eremba. Yeah. As I already indicated to you, we are here for the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy, which will be explained thoroughly by those in charge. But I have to take you through the program and at the same time introduce you to our guests who are with us here. We have our Honorable Governor, Honorable Vipokwe Muharukwa. I don't think he needs any explanations, or you know him. He's the governor of the Great Kunene region. With him, we have Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, a former MP. The governor is also a former MP, and also a former deputy minister in the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Now, she's a special advisor to the president and head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit, a unit which will be explained to you thoroughly. And with them, we have Mr. Petrus Dimba. Yes, he is the Field Development Manager with NAMCO. NAMCO is a state-owned company which is also dealing with oil in Namibia. We know it. We have Mr. Joseph Amakali, a technical advisor to the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit, Office of the President. So she is the head and we have the advisor. Then we are expecting the mayor of UPUWO town. I see Councillor Murumbwa here. I was not told, but I assume he might represent the mayor. And you have heard of our pastor. We have the traditional authority. Yeah, and this group is predominantly from a Popa constituency. They are representing us very well. I saw Honorable Mike Kavekotora here, former member of parliament, and many other dignitaries with us. So that is now our delegation, and that is our protocol. Having said that, let me now take you through the whole program. It goes, the national and AU anthem have been done. The pastor have prayed. Then it will be followed by a welcoming remarks by the Honorable Governor, followed by a remark by Honorable Cornelia Shilunga. Then the sitting arrangement will change thereafter, because from there we will now have the proper presentations from our visitors. Then the high table will change so that we can now view from the display there. Yeah, okunena kuhepa tulipweno bantu betu banandengumbu matuchiwa onga bana etu eyonji tulipamwe Honorable Muharukwa Honorable Cornelia Shilunga engu tulipamwe nguli omunane worupa indundu marukonjo okuoronganisa nokuungura maoli mo Namibia kuchiwa Namibia behe bemune mouwa nonjiro ndando nene oyonjibere okuye kusetulura ondando nonduli yohoromende mo maungulisiro no matuni no maoli okuja ochino kinene iketu yetamba punawo peno batengwa mumba nokura ithamba opuberimba omutengwa Petrus Sinimba eungura mangana njiyo maoli ohinga ko horomende onamko matu ichiwa onji no sevesa mondoro pambena mamu ichiwanu njiri mene ombilu titambe posionga nda njitia no kutuno maungulisiro maoli mwanombu mahitimehi yetionga ndanjo ohinga ko horomende ya omutengwa mwe mumunu cho no kuseka mamba tuno mutengwa warwe wina nguri Joseph Amakali eye ngungura mombero ya Honorable Shilunga emu yanja ndungo munene ko horomende okuchoko president nao mombero yo presidenta matu jogo chitahi cho domine no maoli no biakise bya anjwa kombero yo president okucha omuyanja ndungo munene engo peri ndino ndojima tusetululirwe binabihe o maunguliro wo maoli kokucha o maoli yefo kuungulwa bi kokucho chiwana chihe chimune mouwa na ehetu yetere outhi uwarwe mena kuche mauthi o maoli mouye muye ungulisiwa ya heta mo mauthi upeke peke nete panambo obi nambi twafo kupenga kuya chima tu ungulisa maoli chima tu hupumo o Munamimbia uhaene no kuhupamo no kuhena kutuyetera ochikanene nu okay tulipa mwe no meya posio meya kaipo mehaka kuja kansela murumbwa ngurimba ngaheno makura menepo meya chimba ipo pelumbo meke njihoko lisanawa kuya chime kotoka mbie kuchuki nawa ya omuhonge wetu wabo nokukumba. Now I know some people came here around 9, myself including. We were very much interested in this meeting, so we decided to remain here for the rest of the day. Even if it costs us to sleep here, we will sleep here. But fortunately, the leaders are here to address us. I know that they will address us and finalize the meeting. So allow me to call upon Honorable Wipokwe Muharukwa, the governor of Kunene region, to welcome us all in his region. My small welcome was just there for you to be comforted or to feel comfort in your town. Honorable Governor.
Please be seated.
Yeah.
No, I think.
Oh, yeah.
No problem. He also has leeway to speak for his Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit in the Presidency. Honorable Mike Kavekotora, former MP. Honorable Wage Mupia, former MP and former councillor of OPUWO Urban Constituency. Honorable Weritheri Murumbwa, my uncle. He's actually my mother themselves. Yeah, he's my uncle. He's my mother them's last born. Officials of the Ministry of Mines and Energy and Industry, I must say it correct. I hope that's correct. Esteemed stakeholders, esteemed traditional leaders.
Yeah. Omunene Honorable Cornelia Shilunga Gulipuna ete o kamepoka kuruko parlamenta naye nguno byunguro bipimba no kusetururamba omunene maika kabekotora ganduko murumendo ngundwaje mukwetu unongundwe kwakuno kusekama tendetera manuka
ngundanya ngairi ende
okuja arikana omundu chimwe chandangi kucha mwakano mulete mambutambo amuya wete mbatuli pamwe matu munasana gandu chimatiye nino kutunasana kututu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the Kunene region. On behalf of the organizers and the host community, it is my greatest honor and privilege to welcome you all to OPUWO here in the Kunene region for this important stakeholder engagement in the National Upstream Petroleum Local Content Policy.
Alikana wachuni kwa amuhembu mulimba mbumwabu mwokoto chirongo cha puo no penje ganduku iho chimbubo chinene chichabo kohoromende kombanda mndu mmoja ndangi kuja mwakano muleti mambutambo nambano wetemba tulipamwe mbuma tuhungirire ko lutuo runene nduno china no ndiero no maungulisiro wo byune byo maoli mo Namibia oya jeri ochichitwa ojinadungu chichitambo no mndu chimwe cherepo ndangi kokuja amuhe pumulimba.
The presence of both the promoters of the policy and the community alike today demonstrates the collective commitment to ensuring that Namibia's emerging petroleum sector not only brings economic opportunities, but also directly benefits our people through skills transfer, business participation, and long-term sustainable growth.
Ojiungura jomaoli etendo hapo chitukara chituvu bauliri kuja Namibia mwakutuka maoli obihame nombi mabi kuhongo kuchabi twe apondondo yokuchiwo kucha nangwali matuya tuto kuhupamo maoli penje na yengo kuchiwa kucha yeungura iye ete tuhupe mwangarate nuwina tuyene nukupahamo bonjibiro boyune peke peke mbiachama no maungulisira wa maolinga okucha ochera chichitwa ojinandengo chichitambo kwete.
We are gathered here today because Namibia is at a turning point in its development journey. The discovery and the growth of our petroleum industry presents not only economic opportunities but also a responsibility. The responsibility to ensure that Namibians in all regions, all communities are direct beneficiaries of this new sector.
O chiungura hema chituhongo kucha Namibia yakulama pomuvero waru omata na ukiro okuto kutara ko mwano warwe wokuchabi nambano lukuru atudu ohungano maoli nambano treya mucho tuto kutia ko kuche maoli wetu ngange tukula menenganga munikanga maatu yenene kuhupamo mo mwano mbwetapi mo uhanja uke utukondwa tuhe mehireto Namibia.
We hear of so many nations that are prosperous because they have discovered commercially viable oil. But we also hear of so many other nations that have turned to chaos because of that very resource.
Itetuwa kukucha kuno mahi muuparanga wouye ngamuno maoli ngauto kuhupamo maoli ngeungulisa maoli nu obiwanayo mahingo vimuno uwa mo maoli nga nuka chinge po wino chinga peri kukucha kuno mahi wina muuparanga wouye ngamuno maoli chimunango makwaongo posia o maoli ngaliro sengiro kuo ngewetero udheu.
Udheu mbuma uhungiro udheu wawita no madhe pathare no menaro maoli. Yeah. Batoloka? Sorry. Okay, yes. We are talking here of hardships and troubles, of wars being caused by the discoveries of oil produce. It happens so as nations, other nations intervene in the affairs of other nations to turn them into chaos, to ensure that not the citizens of those countries benefit from the oil, but that they thrive as intruding nations in the chaos that prevails because of oil.
Udeombumunika umwombo ngabana mbazo nokuta munamba obitambi utokuseka mamakatiko mahi ondijo anambana bautokuza ponjombo yo mawali kuchanjo yanje yali petundulo otate ondabe utokuseka ma abera ero bandu baro kuhango bita kucho bandumbo berwe nuwino mahi kucha mahinge no mawali chingengo makwaongo po mehinga hena maoli ona mbana yaeto kweto njaka hawina mo mahinga mumuni ko maoli okujena mbana o maoli puyefo kuyama onga endero kuyamo chiwana kuja yeto chicha murongo kuchiwana ayeto vitaru kwao.
Therefore, Namibia is a blessed nation that discovers oil with best practices of what to do and practices and benchmarks of what not to do in order for our oil to be a blessing as opposed to a curse.
Okuja punao o Namibia ochirire ninga nduchi nene menaro kuja etekitwa muno kuja twa muno maoli twayapondo ndo kuja nunga tuhungire ko kujabi o maoli wetunga hapo matye neno kuyeungulisa bi kuja ehetu wetiso biurukumwe okuja o njiro ndondo etenje tuyetamba okongo kuja tupaho miano byokuungulisa maoli wetu nokwena kulibetiso biurukumwe.
Therefore, dialogue amongst the citizenry as to how the resource should be used, how the citizenry should benefit from the resource, is one of the best practices that the Namibian government has learned, and therefore we have this dialogue.
Chitwa talera ko mahiwa ngao bakwetu ngamuno maoli rukuru atumuno bonjaka hano bonjo weno binda bihembiringo atujaka kwetira mbana katupa honjira yetu njimatuke tutale ko kuja hapo matungulabi ko kucha maolinga ahetu twakumwe etocho batule bana Namibia posi atupa homano imbwi okuhupa maulidi.
This engagement is a platform for dialogue where government, industry, local entrepreneurs, traditional authorities, youth, civil society can share ideas and shape a policy framework that promotes inclusivity, transparency, and empowerment.
Chojino jipe ochero hepero kwete ko kuja tupaho mano chachima tupaha na tuko njira yokujabi hapo maoli wetunga chima tumunu mochi cha murongo no mano okupaho kuyenana no kuyetuna kujairiro maoli nambana maungulisiwa obinambi matuye neno kuunguro bikena okuja pondono yoputuli nu ochero njirombwa njitwa kanjo ko kuja korusenina o maoli ahetupo udeu.
As governor of the Great Kunene region, I say it's the region of possibilities, and I trust so many other community leaders, including other political leaders, are particularly encouraged that this conversation is taking place in OPUWO, a symbol of Namibia's diversity and resilience.
Megambro kuja ojonga bana omunane orukondora kunene ochino chiwa ko kuja ndio nditwa hama mbeno mba mopuomba pomatuhungirire oruyabethero maoli omanumbu matuye tunu no kuyeungulisa nu omundu chimakamburo kuja kwetu barwe ngahino bana ni bobira yo politika mabe konjo pumabe ne kuja tupasane kuoko ko haudeu okuhungamiso chiwana chetu monjira njiriyo mojina che maungulisira maoli.
Honorable Shilunga, it is therefore a reminder to me, and I suppose many other leaders, that local content is not only about economic numbers, but also about people, ensuring that communities, especially in regions like Kunene, are part of the national journey towards prosperity.
Omwanobuma tukonjo kutunga ongaro ombayo maungulisira maoli no kumuna mowa omundu mwazeriko kujabi katuna kuungulira ko bibalero porwa byauliri ayakako ombwiko yohoro mendo GDP ya ruluka ya baba polibe chimaliwa chima jiti mwe chikesa johoro mendo jita polibe mobanga kucha uto kumunako kujabi obandu okachikwa chike na kachikwa chike ombe na mawe munika bemuno uwa mo maoli ambaro chobango kucha onjira njima tutora itutwale ngona.
As governor of the Kunene region, the first thing I did when I took office is to study and to learn what comprises Kunene region's human capital.
Ojonga wanda ya Kunene amichimba muno chiokeho ochiunguraho jimbatala ko kujabi hapo tunowakendu mbutu nao murukondora Kunene obandu mbumo eneno kuungura nao okutwaro chiungura chemekulisiro okutwara ko murungu obandu very mondo dende une basana pi nuwe na iye.
I've taken brief moments to look at the economic profile and the enterprises, economic enterprises that is in our region, or that are in our region.
Batara kongaro yombwiko ne hupo murukotura Kunene no kutara ko kuchabi hapo hizo ngenge chefa ndiri murukotura Kunene dakura makomba ende kaenda gandu kwindo mundu ndumo eneno kutara ko kucha male so kuungulisiwa okutwara mikulisiro ko murungu.
Tate from Namcor. I have found that Kunene region has 120,000 inhabitants, comprising of 28,000 households.
Olukondo lwa Kunene luno batule omayobi ethereri mweno mirongo bibali nuwina luno matundu omayobi yebali omayobi mirongo bibali no mirongo hambo omayobi mirongo bibali na hambo ndatu. Ojibulino?
Yes,
Yeah.
28,000.
Okuja ngaro chiwa kambura kaperendero ka Kunene okutwa pekenai kuja hapo Kunene chimuhongero uhongano lukondo lwa Kunene mobadamo bandu mbetapi numobadamo matundu ngetapi.
The vast majority of the communities in Kunene region lives off subsistence farming, as we are 65% a rural community.
Obandu bengi mu lukondo lwa Kunene behupa motu tumbono bikunwa pomo ututa nu mabe kupola presende nderiko mirongo hambo umwe na ndano wobandu mbetula mutukondo tukova mbanda okuja matuliro waongo onge haka enisanawa kumweno tutumbono bikunwa.
With a gross income of 2,000 per capita, the vast majority of Kunene region inhabitants subsist not only of subsistence farming but social grants from government.
Ya ehuporo mundu wa Kunene mamuno kamaliva kumake wala po mayobie bali nao chiwa dhungwina kehikehi nu penjeno ututa no uungura waro mbunguro bandu ba Kunene wina peno chivalero chiwacho bandu mbe muno uwa mochimaliva hochi anjwa chohoro mende ochihabarwa ochamo bitopeke peke muchahanika chachimatu chiwa.
These inhabitants have no disposable income after spending on food items.
Okucho bandumba chiwa muno kurando bikulia baranda bamana kapena china ochite charo chichia ko mundu kokucha AIN no kuhupamo kongotwe hupondi ende na rorukuru.
I have found and thought, how do you uplift our people? Is it government procurement? How do you bring our people to share in the mainstream economy?
Beako kulipula okucha hapo nu imbo bandu betu matutho kubebatira na iye kokucha be utokuhupa ponapo pe hupiro mu Namibia uhe ochako bikaendise byombwiko ne hupo mwakatikehi indo Namibia andi mabe hupubi ochochiwe liwa kwimbi muweso kuhupa.
Sitting on 14% of the landmass of the country, Kunene region possesses a mere 2% of business enterprise in the country at 1,400.
Gunda urukondo letu lwa Kunene arakambura ba president murongo na inerwehi unene waro chiwatara mwimbi abandu mube hupa ounde outiti chinene we hupo abandu mube hupa okuja beno urukondo runene okuhupa kwao kulikehi chinene kungundi.
Of these 2% of business enterprise of the national business enterprises are concentrated in Ocho and OPUWO.
Chiwatara molonge chefa po utitimbo wado chiwatara mo paranga wa Kunene very Ocho ndumalengado puderi very OPUWO.
Honorable Shilunga, I am highlighting this point to demonstrate, not to demonstrate that local policy is therefore very critical for Kunene region. It seeks to ensure that Namibians are not bystanders in the petroleum value chain, but active participants through employment, skills development, business opportunities, and technology transfer. This engagement in OPUWO is a platform for you and I to share views and highlight local realities and help shape policy framework that is inclusive, fair, and sustainable.
Oja ojipere naye kokucha Honorable Shilunga atwalo no kumuno kaprendero ke huporo bandu ba Kunene nunambano twa muno china charwe ochiwedhiwa kokuetowa kochiwana cha Namibia ochimatutho kutiana wako kuchavi hapo mwa maoli ngoma tuhungirenga nangamwambia bihembira ngondolo kano maoli obandu ba Kunene mabe munu mochike ocho hautheu ochiwedhiwa kuimbi muweso kuhupa.
In the context, therefore, of Kunene region, what is inclusive, fair, and sustainable entails deliberate policy interventions that goes to Ochinungwa and pull out a child from Ochinungwa, capacitate that child to partake in, together with other Namibians in the petroleum industry, having been so capacitated.
Ondando yetu maivango kucha atwatara mo papino uparanga we huporo vandu vakunene atwa muno uthe umbuli pombo matu no kula isambwi na imbo ungi au hende mbuma muchiwa tusokuya pondondo yokuchavi tuvathe ko Chinungwa omwachi wa Chinungwa murukondora kunene maliro omumune wo uwa mo maolinga muimbi mbima vithu mo maolinga mo miana vihe imbo mumusoko hupo mundu kucho mwana wokucha mahongwe kucho mwana wokucha chekula mamune mochicha muno chimachiiti monjatuye tufokuye ndango.
We have seen so many examples, and the fishing industry is chief culprit in this regard, of where people who wants to start companies and needs to feel the token of marginalization comes to Kunene, take the IDs of 1 or 2 individuals, 2 Himba women, 1 Himba man, obtains fishing quotas, then what reverts and returns to the Kunene region is a donation of XYZ and not real profits and dividends to the individuals.
Eze matu wango kucha tu zepo no kupengo maunguliro ngutukara nao muno wakamba nizo mahunju murukondura mo Namibia obandu bedango abe kukambura mana warumendu bebali no mukandu umwe wo muhimba o kutoro mananga abecha eze matu utokambani yo mahunju ko kucha tulipamwe no wakwetumba ochovana rupa mwinjo kamba ninji okulamba wandu chiba ichibavu no kukamuna ondondiwa mbuwa kamuna komango ochuka muna paka demanye weka kotoka uli kombunda yorubeze rumwe bandu baeterero kakutuke mukoruhere no kakutuko uchi chipe no uningandu rumwe no udhembu okutwa mu bikulyambo kasolanga abeta nabo kabe aruka nungunde chiba kachengizo kamba ninjo abechabi etematu banga makaenderwa pamwe o partnership.
What is fair, inclusive, and sustainable for Kunene region is a deliberate action to ensure that we take 5 Himba women or the Himba women in their clothes as they are sitting there. Register businesses in their names, give them people with capacity where they also have a decision-making power in that company to ensure that wealth is not only imposed on us, but it is wealth that takes us forward as we take our whole region forward.
Ondando maizo kuchabi wea mochirongetanga otoro wakavo na betano bahimba bayate matulikutu matukutasana matuunguro kambani tuunguro ngechefa tumuno uwokudamo ngechefa njo obakawo nambo betano mbo abehitimo kambani amuha amapamu mulombolero amuchiwo chimariwo chihiteno chipite amucho chimariwa chicha hupo chohi chimatu hanathano chohi chimachi aruka molonge chefa ochohi ochiperendero omundu chocho banga tude pomba putukara pekuru okuunguliso banduliri posia korusenina abehaka muno uwa mwimbe tembuma tuwe 14 kucha obana rupa.
Now before I conclude, Honorable Shilunga was the Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy, and she's very well familiar with this region of Kunene.
Ngunda mbihia pata Honorable Shilunga waro minister yokehi muruparo domine nobia kisema tuchiwa numachiwa ongaro yorukondura Kunene umanombwiri mombinjo yodomine.
Kunene region, I dare say, Honorable Deputy Minister, is the richest region in this country. I dare say so. I want another governor to come and convince me otherwise. But it's ranked amongst the poorest in the country.
Ambija urukondura Kunene odule rukondwa orutumbe tumbe mwanamibia po irumu tukondwa iho tutumbe tutenga mochivalero cho utumbe mwanamibia pothia chiwatara mwamavaliro nongaro njiripo irumuru tukondwa ho tuthiona thiona.
I highlight the mining industry as an extractive sector as the same one as where we are sitting today.
Ami ojina chimwe chimpita muna mukunene obithebyo mehi imbibyo dhomine ochobithebyo mehi binanwa murukondura kunene nuwina ichitwa hamenemba ichimwe chobithebyo mehi rukwao.
I'm saddened to have heard from the ministry that in the past the proposed reformed mining law, Kunene region is the only region that has not made any submission or input to that law.
Ami mechi wako kuchamuru kapita wethe gundo rukondora kunene arule rukondwa mumu nobithe omehi irumero tukondwa nduhena induru anjere oumune waropo ngaro yo maunguliro mobithe omehi kuchabitho kuungulwabi.
So I am very, very grateful for the initiative of the 8th administration that says when we want to benefit oil, we are not going to call the governor to Windhoek, tell him where the benefits are, let the governor bring 5 cronies and let them only benefit from that. That the presidency see it fit to say, we have this resource, go to the people, let them tell Namibia and the government as to what it is that we must do with that resource, as to how they want to be developed.
Umundu mmoja ndangi kohoromende omondi bitivi inji omana nino echa hambo ndatuwa Namibia nji kokuchavi yachindi po kuithano bogavana kochomwithe okubera hero kuchavi etetunocholive nocholive mumamwene no kuhupo bandu chao bongavana chida dhumbo dhekapa hepo omapanga wabe bali etatu bende betwale komango na ebe apondo ndio kuchavi obindambimbi matutho kuungula ngatutwale ko chiwana kokucho chiwana chikalire ochinarupa mondiero no makaendithiro byungura.
And I can assure you, before I'm concluding now, that's what we politicians say, before I conclude, I'm concluding, and finally. And that's an assurance I am making, a commitment I'm making to the people of Kunene. And you can hold me by it. That the resources that come to this region will benefit everyone. That should benefit. That has the capacity to benefit. If it is a road that is being built, we are not going to have the same companies tender, one company gets 5 tenders when others are not getting. When it's a school, it's the same company that builds a school, it's the same company that builds all sorts of government things when there are others that must also benefit. That is gone.
Matuango kucha okudamba putwa kula mambo kuyenda ko mulungu ngiro ndando yokukaenda matutho kuyapo ndondo yokuchavi ahalire ongandai mwe yobyungura uliro kampani imwe njo chimapetungo njira onjiriyo mena chimape tungo skole onjiriyo chimapetungo kapangero onjiriyo obyungura mabitho kulianga pakati kwa kampani nja imuno uwa mujiungura chalo chima chikongolere yaro imuno uwa menaro kucha omwana uyerike mbumatu eneno kukulitha obatule betu morukondwa ochapupeta.
Because as we speak of local content in a upstream petroleum sector, we can't wish and want to go and start tomorrow when those discoveries eventually become economic realities. We must start with the things that we have now.
Chimatu hungire uhunga no kutuna owa no mbwiro muchimbecho maoli katutho kuunja ko maoli ngunda tuna imbimbiri ponai mbitu hia tuna ngatutune kuimbi mbitu na byonai omaoli ngaitu bathe atwairirira okutwapo muhungo muwa.
The government is going to spend billions in Kunene region. The road to Epupa is one. I am just coming back from, in fact, I slept in Windhoek today. Came back from a consultation with the president a week ago. More money is coming. A dam is being built in the very, very imminent future. Take your shot. Take your shot at exploiting this developmental agenda, exploiting these initiatives to ensure that you prosper, Kunene region prospers. It is not sufficient that a development comes, we are left with a dam and no wealth to exploit that dam. That we are left with a road and no wealth to exploit that road. What's the point of a road if you continue hiking? We should have, out of 10 people, we should have 3 that at least can buy a car through that capital project. So, Honorable, oh sorry.
Yeah, oinama biso kutanaura omuhunga wa Roma unguliro wokuchavi matuchiwa nenga tuchiwe naiko kuchavi obimalibo bingi mabipupire mo kunenemwi okuyeto mekulithiro ochisanekero chimo chiwachitu nacho onjira nje yapupanji njautu na inji maitungwa maikaenda no byungula byaro yomekulithiro tusokuunguro kuchavi onjira nje chimaitungwa obando batule bakunene mo utukondwa mu mamutungo njira bemuno uwamo bakamba nizima zetungundo ko kuchonjira chima yaika manuke po mwakatiko makaendero njira nanyi bantu betatu bane barando matemba okulambu chimari wejja hitimo njiranji mena kuja kapina hepero ko kuchavi onjira yatungwa morukondwa obihauto mbima bihingwa mo obihauto mbi abantu bakapite wanda behe morukondwa ndo kabena bihauto menaro kucha kabena aba muno uwa monjiranjo okujo pwindo the project kabehe dumade yangandu kondama njituhungira ko kuchonda manji wandu beso kuungura moko kuchavi ochima bedupo nambo pongu ndaberi mo makaendero obe ungure uwa okulamu imbi byaetero ndama we unguro uwa okulamu imbi byaetero chitaoba
Mea kumana mo jiherero nume yangu chanei
yaro
Honorable Shilunga weya bandu batate chu heno kuchuo kucho mauli bikwa epula kodo mona bina majera lengo ndwanje kuchi
weno bengi na wewe
kautengwi na meango kuchane alikane o president anano mauli kuithamo ministry okuyeta puye okuchamaine no kuhindo mundu ngarate kucha 20 wetu hindiro mundu ne yengi kajo ngwaro minister wahindwa weyawa hama ha alikane atuhama tupulatene atuhadhu chama natuka no mukala no ajale ngatupule dhombara nduma ya ruka kuiwana alikane bandu batate muno biwana ponambo yeto batiti pothia jiwana jeto jinene pule kujavi mubade ko bandu no Honorable Shilunga ourwa do not get tired. What is fair, equitable and sustainable for Kunene region ove kuyenda ko kahodhu katolo mburupuru to go to Kahodhu, sit there with those small flies and speak about this to the people of Kahodhu because they don't have cars to come here necessarily. It's for you to go to Chinungwa, to Etanga, to Puros, to Omuramba, to Ochokavare. Yes, Puros, your Puros. To go to Bershech, France Fontaine, Anabepu, wherever the Kunene region is, to ensure that this conversation continues and people continue to benefit. We are committing as a governor's office to continue with it when you are gone. But when we continue and they say, no, governor, we don't want to hear from you. We want to hear from the horse's mouth. You should know that the call is for the directorate and the unit to be here. With that much said, we welcome the team to Kunene region. We welcome everyone else. We hope that you have fruitful engagements. We hope that you will ask even the questions that you think are not necessary. Ask because you are not the only one sitting with that question. But most importantly, let us contribute in how we want the oil to benefit us. Even if you are to say the refinery must be built in Kunene, it's a good thing. Even if you are to say that the pumps must emit, what is it? Free fuel. It's your right to, it's your right. No, it's not a political promise, please. I'm just saying it's your right to say it. Don't go and say, no, the governor said in 2 years we are going to have free fuel. Don't go and say that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okuja ombudenji mai hepo kuwada mo paranga wa Kunene omburo anikap mbikuya kutamune nandopa iya apehembo muparanga wakunene nu ohepero chinene kokucha alikana obandu imbo bahonamba mbabu kombanda kombiro yo presidenta chiba lilo hepero yokucho chwana cha isana bekare kamwa hakutwaro mbudenjo kokucho mupulatene ahalumo chinyochi chabali ya okatumba mbu mase wapo salamba kwalo mukawona wanjengwi katu hakaene matu hakaene ne mosalamba makuwasie mwembomu kaunyandirwa chithembisa imbopo naputulimbo wasie pwembwe talena wanga enola wireke hiyo biti hango ole acho ndio yeah matu hakaene ne mosala okay thank you very much honorable governor. It was very, very, very clear. I will not really attempt to interpret it. Yeah, as long as I put it in the vernacular, people have listened. Now, in fact, I don't want to say we are running out of time. We are within the time. I said we can overnight here. So with this, allow me to call upon Honorable Chilunga to come and address you. Please, if you have any questions and discussion points, note them. We will have time for that.
Oh, thank you very much. We may be seated. We have already stood up for the governor. That was enough. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Yeah, okunena kuhepa matuka enda nambano.
Before I get into my speech, I just want to reflect a little bit on the governor's speech, which was actually a good speech.
Ya una biya enda ko murungu abiyari ama ko murungu meango kutuna katiti ke hungiro gavana umonomberi twapo okuwedhako ojehungewa ehungewa chinenendi ehunge chatendi mwamu ibyare.
The governor is very right to say I was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy, and I have an experience with this region because I've been to this region, I think, more than 2 times.
Gana wafara kuchabi baro minister yokehi moruparo domine obange chefa no bika endise mbari angero tukondwandri gahino mbari anga mo bikando mbiri kutako bibalimbyo.
And I would really concur with the governor because I have heard some of those sentiments before from the community of Kunene region.
Meita vere kweno gavana kihungire ndabu na rondo menaro kuche chuana cheru kondura kunene cha hungiro vinambyo bikando vingi peke peke o wachiri omanomba hungirembo.
I also want to applaud the governor that the governor already knows what we are looking for here. We could have just told him to say, please present the policy to the people.
Mnumaja ndangi kwa gavana kwa kucha winambe tempitwa enderemba maybe chiwa nombia hungire ai andako utwala tulese mu urubiwe andako twachenga wana ombyo puo ngachiwire mepi.
The governor is already talking about employment, business opportunities, skill transfer, technology transfer, and all that. So he's well vested with the policy. Thank you very much, Honorable Governor.
Obonge chefa, obi unewe mekulisiro, omi pepo novika endise, obi nambia ngabana njima hungirenji, obi nambia hungirembi, nombiri vyo, etempitwa endere wina. Okuja obi na biri mu nongo wongabana nawa omurumo muno kuja chue mwise nabyo kabina kuhangauka biri mu makomawa.
Now I'm getting back to my speech. Director of the proceeding, Honorable Wei Mupsa, former Councillor of OPUWO, Honorable Vipakue Muharukwa, the Governor of Kunene region, Honorable Kavekotora, former Member of Parliament, Honorable Western Muharukwa, the Chairperson of Kunene region, I hope in absentia, but I would like to recognize him. The Mayor, Mr. Casino Kakondo, hereby represented by the Honorable Councillor, Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors that are present here, our traditional leaders of Anene Vombadu, our spiritual leaders, our pastor that have just prayed for us, members of the media, captains of industries, my delegation, ladies and gentlemen, and the community of OPUWO and Kunene at large.
Governor Yorukondwa, Jiripuna Etemba, Ona na uhe wajua na mbulimba, Gandu, I'm Bidemba na ujua me former councillor na, former MP. Honorable KK, former councillor for Seswanen constituency, and former chair.
Oh, very good.
And the current regional coordinator for SWAPO. Okay, in the absence of noticing others, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Twauharanawa. First, I would like to apologize because this meeting was supposed to take place at 9 o'clock in the morning. And there are those that have really come on time, including our director of the proceedings. But we are only starting now due to situations beyond our control. And the governor at the end of the day had to advise us to postpone the meeting from 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
Omundu moja ndangi kokuja ovengi wabandu bachirwamba nukabe umbiroha mabei alikana moja ndangi ko ngaronjo ya twali no pali no byungula byarwe byara byatizo mbokalenge kucha ihautu mulubebe indindu ya sokuuta momubyu okuchonga bana aitwapo muhunga okucha ombangalero yekuuta mombali omundu chimo cha ndangi alikana community mawenu butambo.
I would really like to appreciate all of you that are present here today.
Alikana memu chirepondangi kokukara pokwenu dinondi.
I'm truly honored to stand before you today, not only to speak, but to listen, to learn, and to walk with you on this important journey we are embarking on together as a nation.
Mejandangi chinena alikana kokuyatulipa mwindinondi hinakupula tena uliriporwe aka hinakuhungira uliriporwe nangwali wina mepula tene kwene tutolo uyenda wetu omekulisire ombwe tukaende pamwe nganduchi matutwara korutiritiri anubo mita watitika wena kujwa kujurutiritiri chikwe.
Namibia has entered a new chapter in its history. After years of exploration, significant oil discoveries have been made off our shores, discoveries that carry the potential to transform our economy and open new opportunities for our people.
Ireto Namibia rahita moru kondoro roma unguliro mwano omekulisiro mena kujatwa hita moru mwchina charwe kitu hena twalinacho chiche kumunika kombundo bongo tono neno gogomburo dengi ochinacho maoli ocho chiche tuetamba okuja ochina chimo kinande kujimoso kula yara kuchiwanza kuja Namibia ya hitibondo ndo yarwe yo maunguliro.
But I want to make it clear right from the beginning that oil itself does not automatically bring jobs, reduce poverty, or deliver prosperity.
Maoli porwao bizika misenawa koulike wao kaya hakahana okutwa po yungura kaya hakahana okieto uwa no kieto utumbe peka mburo ruweze kuchauka wale pondondonjo.
It's only through careful planning, fair policies, and putting Namibians first that this discovery can become a blessing for our nation.
Chipatie wana wa apetu wawo ndandonderi dho owadutuma weso kukongolera chimawe unguro chinacho maolihi o chimo kacha korufenina wandumawe kamuno uwa mwa maoli.
Therefore, we are here today to engage with you on the local content policy.
Tiya ndino ndituli pamwe ndino nditweya pamwe kokuchavi tutale kokuchavi enocho vatule mwinjondano chimatuthikamisa nji mamuwango kucha mwihite vine bima byetombwira kwene muchinacho maoli.
This policy is already approved by Cabinet and now placed before you for your inputs. It's our national framework to ensure that our people, our businesses, and our communities benefit directly from Namibia's petroleum resources.
Unando yo maunguliro njo polisi njima ivungirwa ya kulwa ko kambineta ya Namibia matujo kucho kambineta ompwaneno yo maunguliro do minister puthe haka enena okucho mpwaneno njo o maunguliro ngo ya kula nambano chia etwa kwene ocho batule bakunene no chimairi angamo Namibia ihe kokucha ikale no ruhwehwe lo umune wa Namibia apehe poveri ngandukene murukondo kunene.
What is this local content policy that we are talking about?
Hapo ndandonji yo maungulironji o policy njima tuhungirenji o chikena.
It's a policy that is geared to ensure that Namibians are not left behind.
Ondandonji irimba ko kuchavi o wa Namibia apehasewa vemwe buma bese wapehi mo makaendero biungurambi.
It's a policy that indicates the commitment of government.
Onjima iraisa, ondandonjima iraisa, omiano yo maunguliro horomende no meri anjerero wayo, okukaendiso biungurambi.
That now that we have discovered oil in the country, oil companies must employ Namibians. They must train and develop our young people. They must source goods and services from Namibian businesses. They must transfer the knowledge and technology to our people.
Nambano yachitwa muno maoli, owandu mabe kutwa. Wanamibia ngabe kutwe. Mwabakamba nizo maoli zo uyo wapenjizi mabe kuungura muno mwi. Mwabakamba nizo ngabe hongiso bandu. Mwakunjiviro yo maoli. Nuwina, ngabe chiteko kuchavi, chimabe ungulisa obiungulisi wambi mabe tungu nabyo obangandaba andabo kuungula maoli mabe tungu ngavize mo bakamba niza Namibia.
The policy is ensuring that the wealth from oil flows into our homes, it flows to our schools, our clinics, and our communities where it matters most.
O tumbembu maudhuma maolimbwi kauhanja uke o tumbembu gauhite mo banganda zetu o tumbembu gauhite mo sikore zetu gauhite mo bipangero vyetu gauhanja uke mo paranga wa Namibia.
Allow me now to give you some practical examples. If a company needs 100 workers, as many of those jobs as possible should go to Namibians, especially to young people, to our women, and those that are from disadvantaged backgrounds.
Iya, o company chima ikuto bandu vae pahobi ungura obipe mo biungura mbio maolimbi o bandu fere o chibalero chinene nene ngachize ko Namibia na chikaze ko kucha imbio bimwe mbete katuna kubiura o chimatu ningiro bandu wa mahiwaro kuye kutubatera posio biungura gabizika me bandu wa Namibia chinene uliri galire mbapiwo biungura mbio galire mbapiwo unongombo galire mbakukwata na uliru unongo ko kuchoka mbani nda chimale piti chanjo wa Namibia wahongoka bachiwa baleana.
If oil companies require services such as catering, transport, accommodations, just to mention a few, these services should be sourced locally, creating business opportunities in our towns and in our regions.
Obagamba mabe ungura obiungura maolimbi mabe hepo chitore mabe hepo mara mabe hepo bikuliano biungulisi wako baungure ngabeise ko bandu ba Namibia obinabihe ko Namibia orondo mubiri.
If specialized training is needed, it is our children, our young people, who should receive the bursaries and scholarships to prepare them for future careers in the industry.
chimapehepo biungulo bipe bimabehepa okuhinda bandu bekeri honge po kuyeto chimbumba chima chie kuhongera bandu munomwi ngalilo banache betu ba Namibia bumabe hongwa ngalilo banache betu ba Namibia bumabe pyo chimari bachokukeri honga chipamwinika koma kukwapire okukeri hongwa ngalirewo.
Therefore, it is not only about jobs, it's about building a future where Namibians own, manage, and prosper from the oil and gas industry.
Kakuchavi okutwapo maoli aekarambo tuthoku karambo okutungo ruyabethe tuthoku karambo okuyanjo wako wa Namibia kokuchave Namibia kila munu mondo neno Namibia ya muno ndoneno mu biungula maolimbi aliro wa Namibia bumabeka edisondo neno no uambwi.
How will prosperity be achieved then? The policy sets clear rules and targets. Oil companies will be monitored, required to report on progress, and held accountable.
Uambwi maumunikabi obo companies made unguro maoli mo Namibia mwi made talewa ne horapeke ne horongubi kokucha tuchiwe kokucha okamba ninji obiungura mbima yungura mo Namibia obyo mbimbitwa buba sana po inde mukapena bya mbima tuwanga penje na mbimbitwa buba sana bima biso kuyeto uwa kwa Namibia.
Government will ensure strict enforcement so that promises translates into real benefits to the Namibian people.
Alikana katuna kuwanga omara mbono mainjambo mawa gahuwa na wange munikana wa matu wango kumuno biungura mbia kurama kina yitwa ya matu okamba ni maiso kuungura gayungure katuna kuwanga kuchavi ojuwana chiko kuproko kuchavi hapo mbi kwa zama biungura bipi obeso kukara nabyo kuchavi hakapuro.
We know too well from other countries, like what the Honorable Governor has just mentioned, that oil, if not managed well, can become a case where benefits are captured by the few, corruption thrives, and communities are left behind. Namibia is determined to follow a different path.
Matujua ongawana yazo nokula isamba kuchavi konako kwa muni kwa maoli na mbano nje aliro sengiro uliri obando kutoro vita nokude pasana okecha murongo katiti kukahiti kakaliroko bonja tudo bantu kaani opapi ochiwa na cheno uparanga kabena bina biwe munambo onjira yeto jitu hena kwango kukongolera matu wango kutoro njira yarwe jima yanjo uwa kwa Namibia be.
The local content policy is our safeguard, our tool to fight poverty, to build skills, to create businesses, and to ensure that every Namibian has a fair chance to benefit.
O policy njo poru turo viungulando matu wango kucha alirendwe tupo muhunga no njira yo maunguliro no kuhena kutara posyo no kuhena kuyepa chanje tweri po muhunga buma upitire murutulwe turo maunguliro ngo indo oyoje na jimatu wango joho uliri.
We would also like to reject funding, where the locals are used as mere tokens without true empowerment. The governor have just alluded to this in the fishing industry. Instead, let us embrace genuine participation that uplifts people, develops communities, and strengthens our economy.
Matu wango kucha tuchinde pekurumbena owa Namibia motuwele peke mube ungulisiwa ocho biperendero uliri kokuchaeka ko twaeta bana Namibia twaeta bandu bakimungomba tute kuchavi na mbano mundungu ngwae twa kwa maunguliro wakumwe mwobokamba nindanzima de anda poma magandazima de anda aliro wachiri omundu mamune mowa wakachiri maliro munarupa maliro mutie pamwe no bakwao ahaliro mulaerwa no muobisi wakaparukazi.
Together we will rise. Fellow Namibians, Honorable Governor, ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment. This is our opportunity to ensure that The black gold discovered in our waters is transformed into real gold for every Namibian household.
Alikana chiwanda cha Namibia gavana yetu ochihudhe chetu ho chichamunika momea wa Namibia ho ngachi tonga mise owa Namibia ngachi anjo wako wa Namibia alire ochino chuhungirwa jomo chinyo no kuimburwa poro uliri.
Let us build strong partnership, not only with investors, but with each other. Let us support our youth, empower our entrepreneurs, and hold ourselves accountable to the highest standard of transparency and fairness.
Katutunge onjira yo maunguliro wakumwe etembo wa Namibia aliro kukerikuta kobokamba nindo dhamba nkundumadhe ya porwao opatero bakwenu penje katutwaerero chimbumba cho bandu chimatuungura pamwe chitwa muno rubethe rukukutasana novakamba nindo madhe kuungura maoli mo Namibia tulia mithehire tu okuitha pondondo pulirire hupo liriame kumurungu.
Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this consultation is your platform. It's our platform. Your voices, your ideas, your concerns will shape the final local content policy. Together, let us make it a tool that reflects the aspirations of all Namibians.
Chiungiriro hi ochichiri omubero ochichiro chipaturule onjiro njira ifijima tuthoko kongolera ko kuchatutwepo unongo pamwe koruthenina tukavikamise omaunguliro ngapirete atuhe ochiwa Namibia.
I thank you all for your presence, your participation, and your commitment to building a brighter future for ourselves, our children, and generations to come.
Kunene ulio kuhepa kokupula tena sana kokujamatu twapo ondando yandino ondando yoria bede jima ejiti kokucha okudakwe toweni nganduko dondito na do bibwana betu mbima bikeya bemuno wa muchungura ejitwa ongarerehi ochunguro kinene chomatunino no matiro obiune yo maoli.
I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Kunene ulio kuhepa koma platene no wen at omakengo matiti. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Shilunga. It was really an eye-opener for most of the listeners and the participants. I guarantee you, they will really come up with suggestions, proper suggestions to build on. Yeah, okuneno kuhepa. Yeah, nambano mechi nditho jitiha hii, machi arukangwina, nambano kumuna ochihungiriro, muura wacho, muupapi wacho, no uparanga wacho nai. Yeah, oku yo chihungiriro jetu jitenga hii, China, Mr. Petrus Sidiba from Namco. Arikana omapuliro ahengumu nao ochihungiriro jicha luno kuhungirwa ochima mupuro mapuliro ya okudambo kitwa no mapuliro matu kakara nuruwethe wina lokwiyanja ohauthe uyetu kwinjo policy nchi of the recommendation and tumuhungira chima mutakuma.
I'll need some translation, a little bit of translation when I need it. Good afternoon. Is it?
Yeah, Mr. Sidiba, before you say something, I want to give an opportunity for Mr. Kabeko Tora. He's leaving now. He's our former MP and the leader of the RDP party, maybe former.
Yeah, let me take this opportunity to thank the honorable members, honorable governor of the Kunene region, Honorable Shilunga, who came as a special advisor from the office of the president. My apology for breaking your protocol. The only reason that I have to leave now is because of what I told you, Honorable. I have a death in the family and I need to conclude whatever need to be concluded there. I just want to make one comment. My colleagues who came from NAMCOR and NamWater and everybody else, I want to address the two colleagues from Parliament, the former members of Parliament, the Honorable Governor plus the Honorable who's the advisor to the President. I'm very impressed by your way of doing things, the current administration. Congratulations for taking pertinent issues to the people. And also, I would like to congratulate you for engaging people on issues that really matters, the bread and butter issues. I want to remind you, honorable members, that in 2022, and I want to link that to exactly what we are doing here today. In 2022, I tabled a motion in Parliament, and that motion was about equity participation by Namibians. I think because that was lacking and has been lacking for quite some time. Namibians were excluded from the mainstream economy or economic activities for quite a long time. Your SWAPO government split political independence from economic independence, but I think it looks like it is something of the past now. Congratulations on that. On top of that,
Yeah, ba jokune no kuhepa umtengwa kawe kotola ba no kucha kame poka kuru konjua ndio babeta amami umwe wano. Yeah, umtengwa kawe kotola wacha umundu mwacha ndangi honorable Shilunga, honorable Muharukwa ko biunguru biwambi mamukaenditha mapenji munikire ayo omanane no mapenga ngutu na nguma tuchomana no ejihambo ndatu yata naura omurali wa maunguliro mauto kulia mitha obiune mbimbia pwiro kulia mithi wako chiwana obiune mbio biyame bio chiwana mbima mweta ko chiwana ochino chiwachi nene uliri mombulanji omayebye bali no mirongo ibali na mbali amembaeterepu konjiwa ndio bobeta ko kuchabi wakwetu obandu ngabe muno uwambute kipamwe mu biune bihupo bya Namibia nuchimotara onjira kukahunga mwanjo umurikimo cha okuhepa chinene ko maungulirongo.
I want to drill into this particular aspect, and that is the aspect of it is good and well to talk about benefiting Namibians people. But there is another dynamics that also need to be considered when you talk about the Namibian people. In the previous dispensations, the distribution of opportunities were completely unequal. And my motion in Parliament was trying to address the issue of there must be some sort of a proportional representation of resource allocation and equity distribution, where I argued that to just say let Namibians participate, that will not lead to equity participation. A region like Kunene, for instance, might have 10% of the total population, for argument's sake. Therefore, the government must have an inherent policy that is pushing resources, opportunities to Kunene region in the same percentage that is applicable to Kunene. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that if there is a benefit to be accrued by Namibians in the tune of 100 million, and Kunene contribute population-wise 10%, then 10 million of that 100 million must be allocated to Kunene. That's the only way you're going to ensure equity. Because in the absence of that, you might have Namibians benefiting, but to the detriment of some of the regions that are not highly or technically advanced, comparatively speaking. So if you don't have an inherent policy that is allocating resources on a proportional basis, you might find a situation that, yes, Namibians are benefiting, but some regions are also at the receiving end.
Ovejimo hungire ohunga no mahanja ulire wo winni po utumbewe hupo kochiwana cha Namibia mofo kutekiso binapa mweno bibalero byo bantu chinangara obunomange tesererimwe ngumaiso kuhanja uka kwa Namibia nu orukondora kunene runo bantu obo presento murongo bomange tengwe serengo mapeheko kucha omangeto murongo yesu kenda kukunene okuche nambano chiwa hana okunga wa eneni soni chiwa ungura nao menaro kucho be chiwa karapo kucha ete tuhana owini we hupo ko Namibia pupeta posia kwa hana pupeta ochako bibalero bantu beri mutukondwa ponambo mo palwisambo nu ochina chimo bangako kucha chichitwe mo maunguliro wo mahaka eneno chiwa machainga obonjero chimaze katolwa ngwini.
And I know that this is just the beginning of the engagement. Obviously, there will be further engagements, and I would want to commend you for initiating this type of engagement, so that at the end of the day, when we talk about one Namibia, one nation, we mean it. We don't just lip service it, but we mean it. Thank you very much.
Omurojimo chokunene ule kuhepa ingongero mautiro maunguliro umundu momunu nao nuchieri o mautiro mawanga sanango obina mbimbi matuche matungurambi ngatungule nunga tuyene nife mwa wachirichiri ya okucha ochero kunene ule kuhepa ko mautiro mawango okuhepa chetu mbamba. Okay.
You are going to? Yeah. You don't do the man? Okay, what? Yes, concentrate on study the slide. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, since we are a little bit late of time, I will just concentrate by talking to a few points that I've picked up so that we can have the engagement, and then the rest we can tackle it in the question and answer session, if you will allow me to do that, so that I don't have to bore you with a lot of technical materials that are presented here.
Ya okujatunga ematuka enda nawa mewango kutara chinene kovina imbimbiata munwa numpihepa kokuja kuyanjwa mbango menaro kuja chimbe mutulungisa mujihungirirwa chihe mapi haru matuka mburo ruweze ngundu vinavya sana.
Yeah, but before I do that, so I will stand on the protocols that have been observed, especially our political leaders, our traditional leaders, religious leaders, and everybody that has come and under the guidance of our petroleum unit, as well as the welcoming by the Honorable Governor.
Arikanangunda peri nao ya okujangonda peri nao omuno chimwe cha ndangi kuimbo wanarupa abehe mbutuli pamwe kokuchamweya wetemba matuka enda matuonguro chiungura chetu kokucha tutwale kondomeno.
So my conversation today is, what is this oil? Where do we get it? How do we get it? And then how are we going to identify the opportunities that we are going to talk about local content?
Ochiungiro chetu machiunga mako kuchavi hapo matuhungiro maoli o maoli ngoma ngeolinga yeri pia munika pi nuchia munika nao maeta iye kochwama chetu cha Namibia.
So in a nutshell, when we talk about oil, we have to look at in what state do you find it in the ground, what can you do about it, and then how can we use it at the end. Those are the three stages.
Chiwatara ko maoli utara ko kuchavi mwewa da eri mongalo ine chieri kehie hingo nuchiabu kehie hichia nanwa mae ungulwa mwana mbasa napi ko kuchayende ko maungulirongo maseni na mbano be uto kuhupamo po uto kuthuna ko ungule nao.
Once we understand these stages, we can then identify which opportunities are available for us to partake in.
Kitwa unokuchiwa omiana bihe bika enda ongondoroka no maunguliro nontuni na maoli nambano kitwa lumbo nambano jimatuka chiwa kokucha nangwali etemo maolinga opolive no polive pumatu enene okuhupamuo.
The part that we deal with us is called upstream, and that is how do you locate that oil, and then how can you take it out of the ground before benefits can then accrue to the country, or how the oil can be sold. So we will stop at the point where the oil is taken out of the ground and then we are about to sell it. So we will not go down to talk about the refinery, for example, but that is another conversation. We can have it in the question and answer. But for now, it's just to give you an overview of how do you get it from the ground up to how do you sell it to the market.
Yeah, umeona maundu? Ovidofa. Nukati kila misera mberambe lilipi? Can someone put off the light, please, for me? Oh, you need the light, ne? Okay. Dambano hina kujua munene maundu, liya mamba muhona wanji. Gaino katito he. Erambe kalina kutuatira mkwetu ngumaperende, mahe perambe. Nunga tukambadhale, eba kwetu. Halikane eba hona katukambadhale uli nao. Aemeroro kutoroka na wa, kuchapua paluisa ubu vile kwami. Yeah. Gatuka mbadhali. Yeah, wachavi maoli ponamba puyeri. Puyabade wa puyamunika. Pepi. No chikena chimatu eneno kuungura kuchatwisa maoli mongaro nji muyeri okuyeta mongaro nji ombungulisiwa.
So I bring to you in short to explain to you that just like we look for water and find it, for example, in a place where there are no rivers, where there are no ocean, you also look for oil in the same way. For example, in areas where we drill for water in a borehole and get water, it's the same activities that we undertake also to locate the oil and bring it to the surface.
O manombwi mbutu pahomeva, o andumbeji wakupahomeva, vena pona puvetara, chanjove chiwa veno njiviro veri hongo mevango, kokuchapuli vembena, mapezo kukaro mevanga oke hiehi, ngutu paha mokuti ule kukukutu, pupehena chira isiro chomeva, omeva ya kamunika. O maoli wina, ochinga epa hewa nao. Chimu no meva uliri.
So when we are talking about our children being able to get employment, we then need to know what careers they need to study and what they need to understand a little bit for them to participate in these employment opportunities.
Chima tucha wanachi wetu weso kumuno viungura mwmpinji o maolinji tucha vihapu. Orondo wanache chilweso kutuwa mahongero nga hunga mako maoli kucha koruseni na ve muno viungura nje watu oronji viro. Oyoji matuhungire o wanache kumuna o viungura mo maoli orondo chiwa hongwa kucha veto oronji viro.
Sorry, I'm a little bit short, so I'm getting some help. Okay, so one thing to understand is that the oil is found in a rock. So we need to understand the technology that work with the rock, the equipment that work with the rocks, and how we can get that oil safely from the rocks without destroying our environment. So the equipments to get there, the skills to get there, that is what we need to understand. It's not like a river which is flowing and you just put pipelines and you fetch. The oil is not found like that. It's in complicated rocks. That is what we need to understand first from a layman's point of view.
O maoli yemunika moruwa ewe yemunika mewe nundirike hiehi okuche wendo nditopolwa kucha ukana no maoli chiwavo no kutara ko bisasane kira bihembi mabikula isire ko kucha ponemba peno maoli okuche njibiro njima tuso kutwaire ronji okucha bi o maoli yemunika okuda mewe omuyetapwa.
So lucky enough, our government has given us some stages and how to go about it to look for these particular oils, and we now know which areas to look for to get these rocks where the oils are, and then what stages we will employ in order to get that oil from the ground. And that's what I'm just going to explain you briefly.
Omingandu wetu oromende yetu pahero miano vyokucha uta pekaro vikanena pekale no vikanena obekumotara kokucha o imba na imba peso kukala maoli okuche vikanena ombikula isire chanjowe muni watungo unongo we ochachi wakonjiso viungura mbe nokuli honga ngandicho wacho kucho vikanena mbi mavinji eta pa maoli mbi.
So in the past we have done what we called exploration, that is to locate the oil, and then we have made discoveries, and that is what we are now talking about, that once we have discoveries, we can talk about benefits. So exploration has been done. We have located the oil, and that is offshore Namibia, in the sea.
Ojinaji ja chitwa tenga ongontono neno, jaka endo ule odombura, ongontono neno ya chitu. Ongontono neno chiavu no kuchitwa, ape muniko maole, hai munika nambano. O maole chiavu no kumunika, nambano yeso kutapwa, yeso kunanwa. Chieso kunanwa, o chuungula jitwa siwa nacho, chimatuso kuungula, kukuchochwa machana mimpia, chuto kumuno uongarate, mwa maoli no kuhena kukeakea. Mena kucho viungurambe vitenga, vihe vya ungura ya manuka.
We might have not participated in the past during exploration in terms of benefiting local content, but now we are preparing ourselves so that by the time that we produce this oil, we are able to be ready and participate. And that is why we are here.
Mapea kolukapita vede, mo mapahero, katuna atwalino rupa, chanje katia penduka na wamo lombotu. Okuche mapahe wale wandu ulimba wepaha mba wedunga we kupaha, chanje kawetu wana rupuku yenena. Na ya maoli ya munika nai. Na ocheri, ochuungula chetu hijima tulithunu nai, kokuche nambano, tumuno uwa mo maolinga, mo mananeno wao.
So one of the ways to benefit from this during, for example, exploration stage or during the time where we are gathering information that we analyze is we use complicated equipments like those which are being shown here. So we expect that at least during this stage, if the contracts awarded to these foreign companies that own this kind of equipment can then be blended by trying to put equity, which is what Mr. Kawekotora was saying, equity into these businesses of data acquisition, for example. That is one of the area.
Yeah, chiwatara pondondo putwa babamba ape ungulisi wambi mamunumbo bamutuisire kuchaka muna kubi muna nawa ya obiungulisi wambi mamunumbo nambano chitu yako kuutokunana nambano tunano maoli imbo matekisiro hapa mwinguma hepo kuchitwa nambano obi nambi matuzo kuhungirirako kokuchenga tunguro choi o ihi na ihi na ihi kokuchatwene nife ondando njiyo matekisiro hapa mwe mokumuno uwa momanane no maoli.
We were talking about technology and skills transfer. One of the areas we expect, again, our kids to study is in the area of engineering and geology, so that, for example, they can analyze these pictures that are there that tell us where you can find the oil, where you can drill for it, and how we are going to take it out of the ground.
Chiwatara okotolo jina himo chiwana, nambano chimo hepa okieto mitanda wetu owanache wetu, kokuchabe hongwe omwano wa maoli mwanumbuye pahe wanokumunikwa na hengo kuchitako kuchabi nambano chimo ya ukanane unomira likani mbiwa foko kongolera kokuchatuwabe pondondonjo matuso kukara no bandu mbakulama bumotunuko o nambano bumabe hongwa obiungurambi kokuchabe soro kubiungura.
So one of the famous activities that has happened so far where money was spent is drilling offshore. And you can see the complicated equipments which are there, and this is where we expect some of the people to be employed during the time of drilling.
Ojungura chimo chinandengu chichichitwa okongo kuutokunana namba okutopora bitoto kokuchautune kwa maoli okudhambo wenene okuyenana omahina matu de munu ingo namba nongo etopora momeba ngomuronga mokotomeba omuya toporwango obitopole matu bimunu obyombi.
As we speak now, since we have discovered, we are planning how we are going to take that hydrocarbon out of the ground. And some of those equipment similar to like we have ships which are mining diamonds in the sea, we will have permanent ships that will stay there in the ocean for about 20 to 30 years. That means that we need to manufacture those ships. We need people that are going to participate in fabrication, welding, people that are going to maintain the equipments there during the time of the production. Such skill is needed. If scholarships are advertised, the kids should be able to apply, and it will be our business to make sure that we incorporate these people during the employment stage, during the training stage, and so forth.
Okujarambano kitwa utokuungura matukara novoskepi odo mahino do nene nduma de karapo kubarembo puma petropolwa odo mbura nduma de bada ko mirongo bibare mirongo bitatungwi o de topora uliri no kuna nango maolinga okucha wina upuma tuzo kulirongerambo wina kokucha tukale no bandu makatike to mitando banache buma tuhongiza kokucha biunguru chiungura okucha na to muno bondo peke o bandu betu mumabe muno mabe soku muno uwa.
So the strategic partnership with the oil companies that we are talking about, they will be giving out contracts, subcontracts for supplies of goods and services during the duration of this production. So let's get ready because the production is way ahead of us. It might take 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but by that time we should be ready to participate ourselves when such contracts will be called for, so that they don't tell us we do not have the skills and the capacity to participate.
Ojungura hajima jungura ho ingo kuyabika utwe okudaputwa kula mamba mapi alirodo mbura mbali ndatuine ngandukundano ojungura ho jute nambano bandu bachiberi mo boskepimo mabe hepo biungulisiwa bimabe ungura nabe monamo pe obiungulisiwa peke okudako do mahina ntumabe ungura nabo nganduko bikulia no domba ndo darwa ntumabe darwa ponambo no biungulisiwa bingi peke Nampano kale puperi tunu ko yungula jima chiri chikakarapo chanje obakamba nindatha nango tunava. Nuwina mwimbe biungulo bini pendo wakamba ni noho mtiti ndimale pewo biungula byopoka tiko tubede. Obiungulo bititi uli byopoka tiko tubede kuchabeka okamba nene akabulo chungulo chinene pothia peno kaungula ngena mapenyo thio cholibe uli omede po uli ombra kami mabyanjwa ku kamba ni utiti no. Oyina mbona kale putwa patuluro matuwetu tutwepo unongo kokuchami kumbirika chikwa chike okamba ni jaji mayungula iye okuyanja ohawuthi ukuchungulaho umune muchimariwe.
So I will not go into details in terms of how that is produced, because we are expecting our kids that are supposed to learn these processes to actually know this machinery. So that is just for illustration purposes. So we move on to the next.
Ya okuja jinene kongo kucha tupatuluro mihoko kucha kuno byungula mbima biya chitwa bapo maoli chiava nokumunika etenga tulirongerero byungula mbyo kokuchetoveni no bakambani betu tukamune mouwa.
One of the key things that is required as a standard is to maintain safety of our environment. We understand that the environment in which we operate in, remember the pastor preached about getting sustainable development. So we don't pollute, we make sure we honor the environment as we find it. So safety is key in this area. We cannot afford to mess up in terms of safety. We have to avoid everything possible during the extraction of this. And this is just an example of what can happen if we do not do things the right way. So we cannot compromise on quality. That is why, in order for us not to be blamed, we must also understand what standards and quality in terms of safety are there. We are there to guide you should you require more information on that.
Ugina chimo jinandengu okutido bondende rando pupapi unguruamdo apeha tundaka apeha nyonoka umuhonge mo madawali thiro mwe mudu kuchanga tunane obidebetu yomehi tuhupemo nunga tutido bondendera madawali thiro muhonge acha nao chimwa puratene nao nugu ambara mbonde mbumali aruka uliri kokucho kutido bondendera kokucha chinangara rumwe makava popo kuungula ponambo po ngunda amo ungulire po apehalire pona pupa tundaka nokunyonoka.
So I think I will not dwell on this. We have already been explained to what can happen if there are issues involving political unrest. You can have wars, things if you spill into your environment, no one will allow us again to produce our oil. Technology, we need to get ahead of the curve so that we can also participate. And the economic impacts, I think they've been explained already by the governor and Meme Cornelia Shilunga already. So I will not dwell on that.
O governor jia hungiremba na honorable Shilunga jiwa bunuku hungiramba mwebe dhunu kokuchawachavi chipe haungulirwe na wa ongara yo politika mehindo idhuntaka ongara yo dhondendera idhuntaka museka mokuhe na kuduwa sana no madhungane no imbi asetururwa rukurumbi okuchovina ete kutwa sokulichevera kuchaviha avihe yakwete chitwa munu mouwa tumune mouwo mumbumbu auliri no kuhena obimbu mawi yakwete menaro maulinga menawi yatwachavi ngunda aero mawanao wina owokuo eno thengiro rukwao magumbo naho.
So again, as it has been explained, oil is very important, and we are seeing trends. We hear that there is transition, so we need to get to speed with how we are going to exploit our oil, because the money from oil will help us to diversify our economy, for us to get revenue, especially the government, so that they can build the infrastructure in the region. It doesn't mean that if we are not benefiting directly from the employment there, then the revenue the government will take care of, and they will be able to bring development to the region. So that is one of the benefits that we can get from the oil. So it's very important that we look at it as an industry we should protect.
Marajo kujamaoli ye taiye obi yakise yakisa mongro rucheno mwengi na achitore matuchwa na wanoko kuja oye weather kombwiko yo mahi jimucho economy omali ngoma ya weather rukwao peno bindo bingi peke biungurwa po maoli okucha o maolinga mae kitiko kucha ngandu kwinjo njibiro ini yo biunguro bipete mbitu hena atwali nabyo mabihona para rukwao.
I think we have explained about the GDP, the economy, and that already in the speech of so I'll not dwell again more on that.
Ya ombwiko, jimaita nauka, okulirombwa, okapita puiri nai. Mena kia tunaweza mpitu wale watungula, ombi hena kudhapo, ojina hochi wedi wa uliri, kuinjo mbwiko ye hiretu.
So on my second session, I just want to summarize key activities that has taken us to where we are and what is going to happen between now and production.
Ya nambano miango kukatuna kuwinambia kaenda, kuchatie kuwada panda putulimba, nukumulaithiro kuchovi kwa bimabi ungurwa, okudhamba, nganduku kuingo kutuna kwa maoli yeni nambano, kutoku ya nana.
I think it has been explained that Namibia is lucky and fortunate to have a large area in which we'll be looking. We'll continue to look, but we are going to develop more, especially in the Orange Basin in the south, where you see that the area called Orange Basin. That is where most of the activities are going to take place.
Iretu o Namibia, o chehe paranga, dino tuwe de peke peke, o muma eneno kupaho maoli. Ehe patuluke chinene ko maoli. Kalina maandero imba pumoso kupaho maoli. Pofiana chinene matu ya njombango kumunda wa maoli ingangeri ke hiyo kubale ingwi kukuli popedo ne hiro wangwena.
So as you can see, what the government has done its best. All those colors that you are seeing are areas where oil companies are operating. So we can already start to identify who these companies are and what kind of services they would be needing at each stage of the level. So educating ourselves to understand the oil industry will help us. I think this information is even available at the ministry for you to just have an idea of who are the main players so that you know who to approach when the time is right.
Imbamara ifirwa otuweze peke peke Namimbia mo paranga wehi mumupahe wa maoli. Oku janambano mamu jiwa kujo unongo wea chiwa hitiko miralingwina o hitingwina chajiwa utokumu na kuja opomba na imbare oku ja okapendero kumage yako kuja peno tuweze peke peke mumupahe wa maoli Namibia.
So I'm going to rush through and only just discuss a little bit on where the discoveries have been found. I will not give history of what has happened in the past because that is the past now. I just want to discuss the concluding remarks on what the excitement is about, especially in the Orange Basin.
Nambano matukatala chinene ko kuja pepi imbapo pamuni ko maoli. Chinene nene amatutala ko mundambu no warange mbwi Orange Basin anjimudhuba.
I think you have heard of the major discoveries by the companies. So basically, at the moment, we are looking at how much these resources is in terms of the numbers, how long it's going to take us to produce that resources, how much it's going to cost us to produce that resources. And the companies that you are seeing in red are those companies that are more advanced in terms of the discoveries that we have in Namibia, especially like Total, if you've heard of Total, Shell, BWK, and Rhino Resources and so forth. They keep drilling and these activities are actually ramping up. So we expect that these activities will pick up in the next 2 to 3 years and a large amount of money will be spent that time. So we want our people to be ready, at least the youth.
Yeah, mabira hizo company peke peke Total onjo on BWK kutu Orano Oshela Ogalpa okuchambo pomba opona mbano pupena ompuro jamunika jiripe oja nambano mumakandi odombura ndatu nambano wekuwa afo kulirongerera ko kuja hapomba mehitipi nume munupi.
So these are the companies that will be giving out contracts. These are the companies that will be employing. These are the companies that we are expecting to force to at least train our people, transfer this technology. So the better we get acquainted with them, the earlier we do that, the better for us.
Obagamba nindo chima muraisirwa na okujina mbano ezetuto okude hungama tuhaka ene mena kujoba company ngondo mabeka pewo biungura bya chimanga okuto kuungura chiungura chemaoli. Omo chimbecho mahongero bantu. Oku uto biungulo bino ngarate. Obakamba nilonto.
So, in conclusion, we are asking, what can you do for yourself? So, first of all, we want you to protect our industry. We want you to understand it can coexist because energy is key. The second point is we need you to help yourself to familiarize yourself with the industry and look out for those opportunities. The third is let us be united. Let's not be greedy. If we need to form companies together so that one brings money, the other one brings technology, the other one brings the skills, I think it will make us work together. And as the community, we expect you to support this industry for us to realize all the benefits.
Okuja kitu ya pondondo njo. Oputwa thokutara kokujavi. Matu ungulavi. Kokuja tuliro wanarupa mchiungula chemao lihi. Kudhako wemune kuulike chomundu. Obimbumba. Atuhaliro wandu matu litwala peke peke muhanikiro. Uwechuanga awamuno kamui. Nambano wa utokupatiro wakwenu penji. Okuja nambio. Mbima tuthokutara kombio. Atutalo biungula beruwezo ruthupi matu eneno kuungula. Atutalo biungula beruwezo rulembi matu eneno kuungula. Na engo kuchavi hapo. Amecho Namibian. Momano ngama uhe kucho kuungula. Okuli honga. Pokongo kuyanju haudhu kuchungula hau kuchakitone. Amimene nepi.
So finally, some points to remember. The companies that are here are bringing in large amount of money and they always like to protect their investment. Of course, it's a high risk. We are just beginning, so these investors want a return on their investment. But we believe that there is a part to be played by the Namibian to maximize the value to remain in the country and for everybody to benefit.
Yeah, matujuwa kukucha wakamba nitamade hitizo chimariwe chingi. Mochungura chemao lihi. Nichimade hitizo chimariwe chingi nao. Made hepa kukucha. De tide ompiro yao. Okuitidira korutu. Etewina matu wango kuchatumune mumpiro. Oya toko yito kuchowinambi vihita thane apeha kakaro vinabyo kuli vyokundura thana pokatiko kambani naimba etembo matu wango kumuno uwa mwavakamba ninda. Okucha tuthokuli tunana watu thokulongera no kuli tuwa mumuhunga kokucha atuhakara no kama kemwe kumatu epitha mwa maungulironga cha peke wemi banjalero imwe pongwao. Mena kuji mnawe na kono mako njo kuliyama kuye muni okamba ni mairi yama etematu thokuliyama ezaki tuwa unguro njirombwa yomuhunga mputu atwapo kwa namba matu munu uwa.
So finally, I would like to thank you for listening, and I would like to tell you that I'm one of those beneficiaries of, for example, a scholarship. I'm also from a village. I took an opportunity. I didn't know oil was coming, but now that we know that there is oil already, we can then inspire our kids also to follow through our steps, and we'll guide them through those careers, and we hope that this will be fruitful for everyone. So I'll now hand over to my colleagues who will actually talk more especially on the regulation part, how to make this local content work. Because from my point, I'm just a technical person who is working with them to look at what technology we should be deploying.
Yeah, okunene kuhepalika nako kujipula tena. Amingumba kula mamba, badako karongo katiti, chimuno wengu wenu berimbanai. Pothia, mbapaha, gandu jimberi haka, gandu jimbaka muno mwano okuli honga, kuchambie, okuwala pondodo yokwe kuhongira kwe na ene nai, beri honga mbamana nai. No chinga mbiri kamwaha, okuhongira kwe na ene, ochuwana chetu, kukuchambi mulaisiro mivero, chinangara, kungamo chinajimatu wango kuungura, okupa hobi ungura, okuli honga, omitanda wetu, kukucha bimuno uwamu chinacho maoli hinai. Okucha makuke mukwetu ware, gume kukano juhungiriromba, na mana chinene matara kominalio maunguliro, bima vitu twara kukucha, o luturo tu, nobi ungurandwi, ludi kame, nuliro lutu, oria uwa, nundumarutu yama. Okulero kuhepa.
Thank you.
And I have to thank you that you presented yourself for the people to contact you and get whatever information available. Thank you very much. Yeah. The next presentation.
Okay. I think exactly. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay. People of mighty Kunene region,
chiwana joruko ndwara kunene orutwedo rukulioma.
good afternoon. Oh, is it evening already?
Wenda
Good evening. Okay. The Master of Ceremonies, allow me to stand here by the protocols already established, considering that we are really running behind schedule. And I'd really want to show my appreciation to the Honorable Governor, the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit, Ms. Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, and the councillors in presence and the former councillors in presence as well. As earlier introduced, my name is Joseph Amakari. I'm a technical advisor to the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit within the Office of the President. So I'm going to give a brief summary on the local content. And I guess at the end of the presentation, this will now initiate the engagement, the questions, whether it's technical by the previous presenter, whether it's about local content. The presentation I've prepared is really short, but there is a lot of information that we can grasp from there.
Ya ojana mbano matukatara kuimbie tembitu navyo moruturo maunguliro emupe pouthu piuliri nuchimba dhumbo matuka anjero chuana okukano rupa mochuhungiriro chima pehungirwa mwamapuliro kungune puliro nguhadhubire nawa kokucha chima tudhupo namba tupite atwadhu atuhe chima tukatio binambi matuka ungura change twadhu nawa ya okucha alikana kuchuna kokumwango kutwapo twa ulipo kawapira mbo kulambo upule.
I almost forgot that I need to pause for the translator, but my apologies for that. I will make it short.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Actually, my principal, if I'm talking about my principal, I'm referring to the head of the Upstream Petroleum Unit, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, and also the Honorable Governor. They already defined, and they made my work easier because they already defined what is local content. But however, I'm just going to repeat a little bit and perhaps just give more details as to what we are going to discuss about.
Yeah, owa nene vetu mbavu nukuhungira ongawana etu na Honorable Shilunga mbavu nukuhungira mba uino vingi vatunu kuma na vahungire amimeka tenda moka titi uliri okuwela ko haveha yeah kokucha chima mudhu mutwaerere amadhu nawa.
Now, we are talking about local content, and by definition, I would say that local content is a value addition brought to the Namibian economy through a systematic approach. And when we are talking about the systematic approach, we are talking about the parameters that fit in that systematic approach. We are referring to participation. When you are talking about participation, we are referring to local participation. We have spoken about, it's not about just creating employment. Yes, participation can be in form of employment, of course, but as an entrepreneur, you can participate in the oil and gas industry, whether by service provision, and this is basically one of the things that local content policy is advocating for. We are talking of service provision. And again, if you can tie that service provision to participation, again, it speaks about the same thing. You participate as an entrepreneur by providing services. You participate as a local Namibian by employment when you are talking about human resource. And the goods and services that fits in there, again, we are talking about the same thing. So local content is basically the participation by the local Namibian through the value chain, if I can put it in short.
Yeah, chiwatara chimatuhungire ounarupa wavatule po ounarupa wochiwana chovatule matuhungirire kwimbi mbiheperwapo kokucho vandu veungule obiungura mbima bitho kuungurwa obechiwatara nawa peno biungura mbima bihepo kuungurwa obakamba ndi mathehepo kuungura mathehepo mbatero kuthako chiwanda mathehepo ko kuchiwandu behongwe mathehepo ko kucha obandu bekutwe mu biungura mathehepo ko kucha ochiwanda chiriro chinarupa achihaliro chipulate neuliri ya okucha omaunguliro ngumatu chabi omaunguliro ngo yechitako kucha ochiwanda nambano chienene okuliro chinarupa kuura mwimbi obyo mbima biungurwa ya okuwedho ntengu no habeha ko biunguro mbya wa mabiungurwa mbi ko kuja chihaliro chiunje uliri no chipulate no kutalera posia ochiwanda chirire ochinarupa okuura.
Now, very important, let's try to understand why local content matters. Let's dwell a little bit in the African history. Now, the Honorable Governor has spoken about oil being a curse. Honorable Shilunga has also spoken about that. Now, if we dwell in the African history, we must understand one thing. And probably the question will be, how is Namibia going to be different from any other African country? Now remember, Africa is one of the richest, if not the most richest continent in Africa, in the world. We have all the resources.
Yeah. Chima tuhungire amwabo nokupulata na kungabana na Honorable Shilunga chiwazo nokuhungira mba wahungire ko kuchabi omaoli ochino chiwa macheto waungi macheto utumbe posio achiwatara mekuruhungira Afrika koma hiwarwe o kuyatengo kumunika chaeto uzeu menaro kuchiwandu kawe nabe liturepo nawa wapurukutira maulidi chimuno vandu mbumavera akana nao okuchana mbano ete oputu haso kuhitambo mokakoverongo tusokuchito kucha ete tuhite amatu chuo kucha matuungula iye na matupenge ouvi omarolero nguma etwa ingoma olinga okucho bino mbima tusokuungula mbyo obina ete mbima tuserekalere numbima tuhepo unongo nondunge okula kwiho chiwano chini mu papino uparanga wacho.
Let's judge for ourselves. If you look at countries like Angola, Nigeria, these countries have been in oil production for decades. Yet, the nations, their citizens, they do not get the maximum benefits from their resources. The question is, what went wrong?
Yeah, chiwatara bigupo jithanekere joma hiebali nguma tuchiwa nawa limeraranga ndale tukunongarate ulirine himutu yatanai wa Angola raro Nigeria ndiri kombanda ngwi mu Africa omahingo ya muno maoli odhompulo bengi chinene posio biwana byo mahingo kabi hupo mu maolingo padundaka ye hapo pakaenda ye okuchapo nambo o chichiro chikute ombate ete mutu haso kuhita menaro kucho bakwetumbo betuli kiro njira lukuru ete naitwa haso kucha oweto bachize wokucha tuhata mochitundaho ojina chitwa haso kuungura nai.
So, with all the resources in Africa, yet Africa is regarded as one of the poorest continents. Do we agree with that? I don't, because Africa is not poor. Africa is being rooted. And Namibia would want to be in the forefront, being a good example, by putting an end to the notion that Africa is poor, they cannot do without the Western culture, the Western influence.
Africa, akambake mukumbi hatulo kere nao, ehirimwe, poe koverwahi, etumbe. Chinangara kandire tumbe mouye, irimwero mahingo matumbe tumbe. Posiangunda peri nao, mongaro yuusiona, nobide omeha bihembia tandavara mpyeura, bihena puvita, mu wingi wabyo ehesiona rukwao wakwetumbo wamahinga ngomatuzo nokuta munanga yeveso kucha nai ongaro njiba ungura mai tupatururo meho ko kuchite tutoro muhunga warwe tutoro kaira ko bamango kumake chitoko chatuhawire mochirindino kohimu mwawiro wakwetu ngandu chitweke hapo ndondo yokuchavi ovakwetu omahiwaru wa Afrika we kulihongera kwete wina ochikwa chima chitulu kuyatungule nawa ngandu wakuti chima we kulihongera kwete.
Now, each year, Africa is losing approximately plus or minus 192 billion US dollars out of Africa. Now, if I tie the previous slide with this one, I want you to take a close look of the companies in the oil and gas industry who are the major and look at their balance sheet. Now, in Namibia, for example, from that slide, there are several companies that are the majors in the world, and look at, and the amount displayed in, it's in billion of US dollars. We have Exxon, we have Chevron, Shell is here, Total and the other. And these companies are not African. And if we have to do the math, these are the companies that are rooting Africa. They are not rooting Africa because they want to root. Yes, maybe they want to root, but we are the Africans, we are the people allowing this to happen.
Yeah, obejua tara o Africa ripanjera obodola va America o matau efereri meno mirongo muyuna ebali o mataunu 1 billion. Okay. Poga eno mahabarwa o matau. Okay, o mataungo chie pita nao. Nungundo mataungo e pita nao. Matu hungiro uhunga no wakambani bumatu tamuna ndutwa unokuta munante Total Energies. Novongwao. O ndere wanarupa mo mahinge tenguma tuche anyonoka nge. Nuwina ide mwa wakambani ete ndumatu thoke kungulisa munomwe. Malire nawa chitwa chida atu upo handa ngatu chide ocho handa njiria payoba nunji hatu payoba meweza kucha mudhuwe nawa ya chitwa upo ocho handa nao okucha nambano okairanga hapo patiro wakwetu batenga hapo nambano mbaliro wanene wetu momaoli ocho kutenga hapo kwao etatu hatu moru kwao kachiperi kawenye mbumu cha hambwinja kai muno muti weripeta nambano tenga tulire hambwinja ngatu chide. Yeah.
Now, let's think of it. Look at these companies. One company's financial capacity, it's way bigger than the Namibian nation's financial capacity. So, what does that mean? It means that we must be smart in our own way of how we negotiate with them. Because if we don't negotiate, if we don't put our foot down and say that Namibia first before anybody else, then we are going to lose. And this is the rationale behind the local content policy.
Matu ungula no wakambani odoko ulike wadho deno vimaliwo ntundu nandali loko kapita mbiana mimbio che hinai kambani mwe ko ulike wayo uliri unduma tuungula nabo nundakara mo chitamba ule odombula etamatu lihongo okucha nambano galile putwa chidambu kokuchavi imbimbi matuungula abihetu ihamisa menaro kucha twahitino kuhena njibiro o pupeno hepero yokutwa poru tulo maunguliro o polisi njima tuhungirenji kokucha itu yame itu kutuleke pando indonda kutoka kwetu matu wasana nao chetu.
Yes. Yes, we do acknowledge that we have limited skills and capacity in Namibia. But however, we made provision okay.
Sorry, mamu njiwadero kutoroka. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we made provision that we, with the implementation of the local content policy, the main focus is to assure or to make sure that the skill gap that we experience today in the capacity in that we don't have to potentially participate in the oil and gas industry is covered. And again, Namibia is one of the countries that has best practices in terms of regulations in places. Now, the policy, the local content policy, was drafted in line with the Vision 2030, the Harambee Prosperity Plan, and then the National Development Plan 6 that was tabled by Her Excellency the President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah this year.
Angunda perinai matujiwa na wako kuchavi onjibiro ntiti tunayo mwimbi matuongire mbi moka no chiwalero ulio chiwa chititinu chiwa chobandu mpeno njibiro mwimbi pothia katia enena okuchondo bingi yokuhia enena njo onjitwa fokupata tofokupata ndo bingi putu haya enene njo kokuchatia enene opumo kutamuni no china chomeri hongero no mapa hero unongo oyatupata ndo bingi nambano ouninga ndumo unene eto Namibia chehi ehiri mwendi kongolero mirali byobeta nunjeri turapo ndando do mekulithiro intanzo matuchwa mtu twakaenda kabina mbi matucha menara kuyatwa muno maoli ondando chithea ondando twatwa porukuru ondando njiyo dompura omaye bali no 30 Vision 2030 njitwi o Harambee Prosperity Plan ondando yo mekulithiro SDG ya Namibia gandu ko kwinji o national development ondando yo mekulithiro ondando ije hambo umwe ete mutuli naye mutu ahitire naye madhuiro president ajara isire mbonu ma USR nganda tuno kondando njo o ije hambo umwe okujo binampi ngatuli rongerise nabyo ngunda monga afyo ondando ulizeri membombo chimo kamuna wa utokule so mambongo wa utokutara kumirali wa muno binambyo no kotungobi moka muno wapatuluro meho ngunda uhia chida mamudu nao okujenga tupatuluro meho ngunda tuhia chida menara kuchubina tunaberukuru Namibia yarongera rukuru ngunda ihia chiwo kujamaa kukeo maoli ondando mekulithiro yakaendisa rukuru kokuchambia aro mekulithiro mbili mehi vikaenderepo.
Now, if we look at the Article 100 of the Namibian Constitution, which is the sovereign ownership of the natural resources, the article states that land, water, and natural resources below and above the surface of the land, as well as those within the continental shelf and the territorial water and the exclusive economic zone of Namibia belongs to the state if they are not otherwise lawfully owned. According to the Constitution of Namibia, in the instance of Article 100, establishes that the state sovereign ownership of natural resource in Namibia with exemption to the lawful owned resources. And it's on that basis that the local content policy was created, whereby it vets, the constitution vets the petroleum resources in the country.
Matujuako kucha matuno kucha Namibia hindi Kongo lirobeta mu biungula byaro tunobeta etu njongu ndebeta ngiro constitution ya Namibia obeta njo nene mwa Namibia chiwatara medeba olicha sererimwe mali raisa kokucha obiune yokehi biri momeba kehi meba no kombanda yehi no kombando kumabale imbyo biri momana nenwa Namibia biri mohoromende mobandiro horomende okuche punao obiune mbyo etena mpana mbima tuchabi na mpano chiwana majiso kutwapo miano yokucho inambyo horomende mbi etuchevere rambi bia kito kuchabi hanyonoka murubedendi ete ocho chiwana matu hupumo momano basa napi adupuma yodo kutwapo ondando yo maunguliro njo o police njo kokuchabi ochiwana ochi yacheberwa lukuru obiune byacheberwa lukuru iyo beta nambano tutwe mwehupo letu birilo luparo ehupo letu chinangara katina kutwamo atukala njonjo ko mundu walo okujenengale chitwa twamo nunga tutwemo nawa.
And again, the local content policy is also built on the basis of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1991 and the petroleum agreement that we have in place governing all the exploration activities in the country.
Obeta gachinge yonji o policy nji o murali wa maunguliro mbwi tunobeta rukuru inji yombure yobiri mwe no masere muyino mirongo muyuna imwe jino china no mapa hereo video mehi no mebi ungulithiro yetu chebera rukuru no yetu twapomo muhunga rukuru kucha tuhapanjara okucha katuli muhanga uti yokuso kumuna mbyo biwa etembima tuso kumuna gutulimo muhunga kachinge wombuli wowulire nungalire mbutwatida opuma tuzo kuya kucha ete tuliro banarupa mwa maungulironga atuhaka cha twatierwapo katuana ruparu kwao.
And then the draft national upstream local content policy now will ensure that petroleum resources benefit all the Namibians, and the custodian of the upstream petroleum industry of the country is the upstream petroleum unit under the leadership of Honorable Cornelia Shilunga and of course the head of the state, Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia.
Obideomehi wetu ochomaoli nganga munikanga yereke hionjebere rombwa yereke hiondi rombwa opoma tudhikamiso murali wa maunguliro buma upambwa kumwe na maunguliro nganga bale wapo kokucha yekaleke hi yonjeberero jima yetu wa ko papino uparanga wochi kutundu chwa Namibia be yereke hionjeberero mwambiro yo presidenta ke ya honorable Cornelia Shilunga okucha omira limpia vikama nambano weto kuedako imbiete bima tumuno kucha chitwa ungula mabi chito kucha tumuno wa mwetumbi ondo bietu.
And the vision for the local content policy is to create that international competitive petroleum sector that maximizes the benefit of all Namibians. And this is also aided by the mission to say that we want to maximize, remember, and the Rhine. Our main focus is to maximize the benefit of the Namibian through the workforce, service provision, procurement of goods and services.
Yeah, okuja peri pokuja oruturo maungulirondwi lwerithi kamisira omiano yokutida o maungulironga kokuja hapo kathana no kupanjaro muhunga opuya do kudhikamisa omwano wo umune wa maunguliro buli wokuchabi o Namibia chima iungulo maoli wayo ikale no masa wachiraka neno kumwe no bonga ndalo uye openje onduma de ungulo maoli monamu atuha oyo aihaliro kanaje uliri kukeri muchibereko posi achirire ochindo chirumendu cho chipa pichali chimaji chito kuja kako mbena naye monji atakombaze ngatungule nayi poke tukaende pamo okuja ompule umune wa Namibia nuwina ondando yo kuchabi ochwa machana Namibia ochiungule ochipahe cho biungula ngandu koma anjere wo bihepa imba kumape ungulo maoli yekaende momano mombuliwo numbule musemba.
And the rationale behind all this is that we want to ensure the national stewardship of the petroleum resources. We want to promote sustainable development and energy independence. We want to support our economic diversification, inclusion, and value addition. And I want to stop here and pause to say that, look, when we are talking about diversification, yes, the focus is on oil and gas, but we do have other industries. There is a way that we can diversify with the revenues generated from the oil and gas. Remember, the Namibian nation has what we call the Welwitschia Sovereign Wealth Fund. Through that Sovereign Wealth Fund, the revenue generated is going to be diversified across different sectors of the economy. And we're going to prioritize Namibian goods and services, and we ensure equitable opportunities for previous disadvantaged Namibians.
Ondando imo nene chima tukaenda ko Mulungu puma tuzo kutwapo ndando yo maunguliro nji po policy chime hongiro ndando yo maunguliro oya mehongiro policy njo nao chima tukaendizo policy njo kongo kuchavi Namimbia ikale mwano wokutizo maungulirongo ngehina kupoka sana ikare mondiero Namimbia chehi diso kukara mondiero yo maungulisiro wa maoli warongo no kutwapo omekulisiro ngazi kama no kulikula mena ochehi ndi marika ndiso mekulisiro waro na wina okutwapo omiano mipembi mowe dhako koma kaendero wombiko bimo wethako imbi twathela nabyo mena huya twathela tukaendiso vina peke peke ete mutu iso chicha murongo chikaendiso mbiko yetu ihi chiriro chiwethiwa kwimbo wina kwimba pumale unguro maolinga mihiretu vechiteko kuchavi chiveno vihepwa mbima vehepwa veise kwa Namimbia veise mwana Namimbia amba abihaliro binayo kucha ocholive kachipo machika pahewa kwalwe nuna andi chaka pahewa kwalwe aliro wa Namimbia mbuma veke chipaha kwalwe okuyekula ndisa kwa ndumba kwa kucha viungule nacho na ingo kuchitako kucha owandu we mune mbuteki pamwe no uwa mwimbi.
Yes, we are talking about local participation, yet at the same time we are referring to the fact that
huh? Oh, okay. I better now.
Okay. We are talking about lack of capacity.
Maguvi. Engo mutoroke poengo jingirisa. Okay. Speak up a bit. They want to take it from the horse mouth.
Okay.
Okay.
So we are talking about local participation, yet at the same time we are talking about Namibian participating. Now, again, we are talking about skill transfer and technology transfer. This is just one of the examples. It's a highly specialized industry. Now, remember, one of the examples is we're going to need a lot of steel fabrication, machineries, and engineering workshops. When that investment is done in the country, we want it to be transferred to the Namibian, that even at the stage when the oil and gas industry or the oil resources has depleted, we remain with the technology, perhaps to apply it to other industries as well. Just one of the examples.
Chimatuja matusoku yanja omasako batule ganduko uparanga wa Namibia okongo kuchavi obidebe mehimbina nokudako maoli kabindo bikalelele obina byolubedo rule ona ndianda unongombo matusewa nao atiene no kuungulisa mu bideo mehibyalwe ndiabango kusana kubikwa mbyo wina matu eneno kukana ona mbana lirete buma tutooro bokamba nizetu okutwara ko mahiwarwe onduma behepo biungura mbyo okudako bonongo yanje bonongo balirete nambano okucha kachina chima chiso kuyandera po maunguliro mana neno maoli porwao pozia obiungura bimabizo kuhanjauka kokuchabike tu ya memory ya bede.
To summarize that slide, let me just say that the policy will adopt a phased approach prioritizing the areas of highest impact while ensuring sustainability of the sector.
Orutundwi rondando yo maunguliro okuchabi ochungura hejimatungura ejisokuka no masa chikale no mungu ndo mudhuba kwa no mumunikwa no kucha chiriro china chima chipeomba ngo yapeke jima yetondo neno kurusenina kwiho chiwana cha Namibia.
So we are talking about progressive development, commitment to health and safety standard, and partnership between the government and the industry, transparency and accountability, very important, and the adherence of the industry to the international best practices.
Ogogo kuchabi ochungura chikaende mwano muwo mumunikwa no mudhuba kwa buhena holekera chiriro chungura chipatuko chiwa chiriro chiungura chanja unongo chiriro chungura ochikohoke nuwina ochiberuke okudako baungure nganduko bechungulisa be chiriro chungura ochitakame no chidikame chichino mbwiro kwemba mbere wanarupa mucho.
And again, this is just a repetition of what I've been talking about. These are just the pros and cons of the industry, but however, we do acknowledge of the gaps that we have in the industry. And on the other hand, we are trying to close those gaps so that the industry will be beneficial to every Namibian.
Imba oino bingi mbipitwa unokuhongira, kutwapo biungura, okuyanjo njibiro nuunongo kochiwana, na wina, okuchito kuchova pike veye mehi, nuchima vea pehi, vea mehi mabe ungura, avehe tukwana no kutudepa, tukaende pa mama tuungura biungura betu, nondomen.
And again, this is just on the implementation framework. We have the upstream petroleum unit under the office of the president, which is of course going to be the regulator and enforce making sure that the international companies adheres to the rules and regulations of the country. On the other hand, we have NANCO that carries the interest of the state in and also giving the technical advices. We have the Petro Fund, which is now responsible for training local Namibians and identifying skill gaps which we need to close. And on the other hand, the operators that will be required now to develop and plan for local content, while the upstream petroleum unit will now monitor the activities of the operators based on the local content that they have developed and provided.
Yeah. Okuja pena obana rupa peke peke, bumabe hepokulira obongandala peke obana rupa, dumabe hepoku yanja okuoko kwa haudheu, no kutalera no kumuno biungurambi mwana bumabe kaenda, chuata jino ngandanji njiri ya Honorable Cornelius Silunga, oyo njiri mombero yo presidenta, jiri yo, na wina ongandanjo namkora, yo mudandungwa unokuya nje biungura hipo namba, oyo wina, oyo njiro kuoko, jima yanjo kuoko kwa haudheu, kwa horomende mbiungura mawali kuchabiso kuungura binoka biso kuungura bi, na wina ongandanji mago Petro Fandanjo, ya njino mbiko yo kuya njo dhambatero do chimariba, mombi yo mahongero, ko bahongwa, na imba magago kurihonga, gandu kuimbo bakaendisa biungura, nuchinena ngandanji upstream anji, njiri mombero yo presidenta, amaika endisa chiungura ho, no kuhena pothengo.
And then concluding, let me just say that the policy will cut across all the stages of the entire life cycle of the petroleum industry. My colleague from NAMCO has explained the stages involved from exploration to production, and the policy applies to all those stages. It's not only at the stage where we are tapping the resources. And again, the policy is built on transparency, inclusion, and global best practices. And again, we will be conducting regular reviews and adoption of the changing. We must be also flexible to the changing conditions within the industry. And again, if I should conclude, the goal of the policy is just to say that, look, we are looking for the shared prosperity, reduce inequality, and sustainable development through the petroleum industry.
Yeah, ojungurahi ovetanjipo omurali wa maunguliro mbwi bumatucho polisi ya maunguliro maitara kwimbi okuda konkondono nena njachitwa njaichitwa yo mapahero ganduko makaendero ko mulungu no mekulisiro wochungura cho maoli ngandichi maitara kwimbi biunguro bine okukaenda nokutara ko upatuluke nonjukisiro yo biungurambi okumaitara nokuchitako kuchavi chimatungura kweno vana rupavo uye openje chanje matungura nonjivirete njitwa tora atuheritwa mauliri cha tukawithirepo makahi nokutarako kuchavi ovikendo vipe ochomata na ukiro ombundu mbio chovanga kuchaviye mwingo maungulironga ya omanu warwe ombo uwa bumatu wango kucha owambu maudhumo maoli wanduwa Namibia gavehana sanipupete.
And while we are at that, my colleague from NANCO has also alluded to the fact that he's one of the beneficiaries of the oil and gas industry. I'm also one of the beneficiaries through the Petro Fund, and I'm from a small or a tiny village deep in Umsati Kunene region. So I'm from Umsati Kunene region in a tiny village. So this is just to motivate and perhaps inspire the young generation of Musati Kunene region to say that, look, you are not excluded from all these benefit. Please feel free to approach and engage with us. Then we can give you guidance and as to how you can be a beneficiary to the oil and gas industry. And with that, I thank you.
Omugwetu ngwabu kona mkora wacha yu mwebai mbamba muno uwa mochungurahi wadako karongo katiti chinene kacha he amiwina mbadapo karongo katiti pokatika musati na kunenemba abega musati na kunene tutwatwa muko kaure ku hanoveni o kabina be hanikire ngokuda kokuda ya okuje wadapo pedumbo okuje nambano be chiwa munu wadu chiwadu wa munu wa patrulu njira wandu gambo nambano jima be pitima mukambo bakonda kadao amuto kuhungira kumwe macheni ngehiti epi ngionge piti epi ngende pi ya o galile kukaenda nambano okuje tuhaga chavi tuasewa kongo twe okuneno kuhep. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. It was really a very good presentation because I have heard one of the seniors wanted to hear that to English yeah. Despite the translations. So now we cross over to the next level of our discussion. I want to look at hands. Why? Over menduli repo. Mamu yanu. Okay. Okay. Omake pia limoro eh? Munyo hilimoro limoro mwana limoro keke meka mbro make matenga etano okucha okotumbo hongazi no anachibanje ba yo kwamba meutire pwen okucha Monique amatuke around dajo ichabari 1 2 okucha nambano bantu batenga lize mburuke chachimbe muulike enengude amutwa pehi mejita kuimba mbara baire rukuru o komo okulunga omunie hima undu o omuhana ombanda serandu jobe chikwaike ha yeah okulambo keke ama atuya pu honga chidembi samba ukambo tukawanje ko round yaru onu mambeta kumanga veri toroko ven hiungulire na hii chetu.
Yeah, Okuhep, thank you very much. My name is Shikunda Kachina Kulunga, representing the Kunene Regional Council, I think, at this meeting. Thank you very much for the presentation. I also stand on the protocol established. During the presentation, there was a statement of saying, not a statement, it's in fact a fact that we have discovered the well. We have discovered the well. But then again, there is companies that have been listed there of Total, Exxon, and others who are said to want to maximize on their investment. Is this our well or is it their well? That is one. Jambi toroki. Mberi juki tho muni yami ngombiri jukunda na kulunga. Oisha vari mbasha mo mahingiriro na chimatu hingire matu cha twamuno maori. Po twamuno vimba huo vingi vya maori. Napane puru ranja rikare ushavi chimatu cha twamuna hapo maori ngo wetu. Twamuna owetu wa Namibia owetu chehi owetu johoro mende. Nungunda matu cha twamuna nao kompunda no horuko apakata muno da company peke mumundo Total no Exxon no dongwao dumakudu oda pike numbu mavevanga okuithamo chicha murongo mamapikiro wa ya epura ngendo tengando ya ya mutu ndondare puriro uriri raru ngai no the rest will be comments and additions to what I have scanned through the draft. The first comment is that it is very good for our government, and I think it's for the first time that the government is coming down to the people to talk about issues that are really matters to the community, and where equity or where the government wants to give people or to empower the people or the generation, the current generation. But knowing that we have fish, and I think the same system, if not, or if this one maybe would be improved, is the same way that companies are being formed for people to get resources out of the fish, and so on in different regions, but which, in fact, only a handful of people benefits in these resources. Despite whether giving goods, despite whatever, the policies are all the same when it comes to fishery, where they need to give food to these people and everything and all the services that comes from Namibians all over. But then only a handful benefits. What will be different with this policy when it comes to all people benefiting? Yeah, that is one. And okay. Tuno mahunju. Ochide chomehicha tuchim is one of our resources. O mahunju. O mahunju nga ohoromende inoveta chinge yonji njimaita munwamba nai. Yokucha vi ovandu vatho kunguro the company vatho kuri hongaye vatho kuchita vi kokuchave mune mo mahunjunga. Mara ovando vatiti uriroka ke kuura nai be munamo ombwiro mo mahunju kijiro chide chomehi no chichiri pouri. Ovando vatiti uri kuchomo merihongero kuchomuye ovando uno titi uri utiko nambu buhupa mo mahunju mo Namibian ngunda chiro chide chomehi chichino vi mariwo vingi noho ambara gahino chichi hena kwa maori marikino mariwo vingi, which have also a lot of money. The third one is we have diamonds, and I think there I'm fine. I'm fine with that, because where I'm heading to and why I asked the first question, who owns this well that we say we have discovered, is because in the past we had this sentiment of saying it's not ours. It was in the newspapers. It was said by our late president and others, and the former National Planning Commission director. Yeah, okuja o pumbado kuhingira nechi porbedo tenga tuno odon diamonda Namibia imbo menga katitimpino hange, which I don't know the policy anyway, but I understand, or I'm under the impression that we are sharing 50-50 with the beers. If I'm wrong, maybe I need to be corrected. Why I asked the first question is because I want the same modality to be used. Of course, the community and the entire community, the policy is fine for the people to benefit and to give services and to start companies. But it's not all of us, we are business people. We are not all entrepreneurs. So if the government gets a greater share as to the article that you just read here of 100, which all the resources belongs to government, and we force on that to say that you need to get an equitable share in this industry that is booming or that is coming. For whoever wants to come. Who doesn't want, it's ours, and we want to work with those one who wants. To get a 50-50 or even higher than that, 70-30 for government itself. All the rest that you are saying here in this policy can be done. Whether the government have 70 or 50, still the same can apply. But if the government gets it, a higher percentage, the entire community will benefit rather than the current situation of the fishery that is going on. That is my other contribution. Charembaka shaviru kwa tuno mawenga kutujoda diamonda pumbika mpura paumbirike hiyo yokuri luisa na iponga hino chiperi kokujohoromende ina modo odo perecendo mirongo vitano vihana sana poka inya no mundu ngungwa muno do diamond vihana sana poka inya uli mirongo vitano yanji mimbimbi mawidhu momo namu okuja ponambo na horomende vihito vimera ambia nene ko horomende okungura na vinanga mwavi nu echavi ami pomba do kupura kucha hapo maori waune amwa hingirepo ovetanji ethere njongunde veta jimecho vinavi he kombande vaverwa noke hiyehi ovyo horomende nu ongwa horomende no hihena kuyapo veta kuchavi po policy mba po yambo o partnership banchi chiwe na kushavi ohoromende mai hana sana po kainya na ingu au hengamu au henguma ango kiyo kungura maori mo Namibia aidi rovet no kushavi o aidi roveta ari ku unguriwa mena kushavi kaweta tuhe butulio vanange chef kaweta tuhe mati eno kuhongwa. We cannot all become technicians and whatsoever, but mehe okuja kunao omundauhe mo Namibia maka hupamo mo maoringa nunoho ovetanji this draft o vinavi hembi makudunga viunguru empi ohoromendi chiakara muno share o 50-50 gunde noho ovetanji mayungura noho rukwa kovichiwana achihe pupeta ochachi akura manai nokuhena kuithapo without belittling or without deducting anything. As long as the government have it, I think everyone will benefit the same way this policy is prescribing to anyone. And it still work as 100% or even more than 100%. And we get more revenues to do whatever we want. I think I may raise my case here. Thank you. Yeah. Okuyambacha ohoromende chia munuko kulianjera pokati no kuchavi matungura kwena ingwa angamo hinkume kungura maori Namibia ndi matu hanathana pokainya kitu hena kuthana pokainya kara ulingo maori kara Namibia nu kudambo chi ohoromende chia muno ovinambio ovinavi hena injo vetanji mayungura pupeta uri kaina kuhenunu nwa mena kuyanga ohoromende ya muno mo ovimchicha murongo chingi mayungura china kia thokungura china kirombwana. It's a very good policy, but that I think will make it more stronger and better. Thank you.
I think we need to share answering this question.
Okunenda kuhepa
Yeah, do you know the figure thing, right?
kukaruwele kumbape ntonoka mwandu wa mupya
Let's stand here together.
bisore kutwapo ndawo kiwa tara magambo kendunga inga kiwa tara magambo okeje ine kutako mbanda okeje wale kutake hii bako yime
abantu hanathana uli corona ya
okandeko mageja ensure fairness, giving previously disadvantaged Namibians a fair chance to participate.
okay. Are you able
O amibino uve no maheango owa Namibia owa ndubatho wa kombunda owa indigenous owa marginalized owa ndumba behungirwa mo binyo no mo mabamba pira udi kabe muno uwa mbatho kombunda ochako beta kihe gube.
Yeah, I have a problem with that connotation. When it comes to the disadvantaged Namibians, the indigenous people, we only discuss about their benefits verbally, but practically, we don't do anything.
Kabe muno uwa mbubu athere tuchango odo polisi odo beta po made o mawa geha gehungira yo maya njo o wano batero no kuye ruru chiwana ho po wandu mbiri bondondo njo be bondondo njo bafuku karwanda be ojinda haka kitwa kaparukaze pamoji hamisa jo mutima hinangu yo jandare matuhungire uja tukitebi batu chango odo beto lomba uye ujo Namibia ino beto lomba no made o mawa bosi akaze ungura oja kipasero kukara kimapea mo makuti robi bo wandu mo biungura kimapea mo mangero bobinda andare mahongero mo skole no binda bihero kana kwa njo bimbali bandu kugeri honga ko skole ko mbanda ngako do tendera ngako chiko binda bikwa wingi.
Yeah, we have a lot of documents in Namibia. Namibia is good at policy. Now, when we talk about this specific policy, to me, it will just be a mere talk without any practical results for the benefits of these people, as usual. So I don't really see the need of concentrating on a policy like this one, because we don't have any good example of any policy that has benefited these people in Namibia.
Mekupejethane kero joma hunju ete muronga wa umbo esi umbo kubaringo kunene kuri pope dumba no mo chiwana mi wa Namibia sewa kombunda mo mayoye bali no murongo na habo ndatu olokota sajeda anjwa okunene mo bakura manga kamuno do president ndatu ngundo tukondo twale tutuliko kule no muronga twamuno do president ndiri kamba no murongo.
We have the sea here. The Atlantic Ocean is only adjacent to the Kunene region here. But in 2018, when the fish quotas came out, Kunene region only benefited in receiving 3% of the quotas, while other regions which are very far from the sea, from the Atlantic Ocean, where fish is coming from, benefited highly in the amounts of 10% upwards, and Kunene only benefited 3%. What good example is there for us to believe that this policy that we are developing will be of assistance to the people of Kunene region?
Omauti lomburangi pare omangero woskode wabimali wananje kugeri hangaru gurmo hukimo munanji kudongirin skima yoku ngoro ducheno rodombepo batu wako muguma wa renyemunda obandu baseite kabepero omunanji kabeze mburukirwe mukupyo chimara jogeri hanga ujabe ku ngoro ducheno abere wa Namibia atule wa Namibia omambeli popenu njinga kabepero.
Last year, there were bursaries and scholarships dished out for Namibians to go and study in green hydrogen. Many of these projects are taking place in the south, Karas region, or Hartap there, but the people of that region did not benefit anything in terms of scholarships, while this development is taking place on their home ground. Only people from other regions benefited. How should we believe that this time around, this policy will also benefit us in Kunene region?
You don't need to go to the Bangamu to buy any. Oburangi Nanga Matuanji, no Wanje, no Mehoanji, my the Burkanawa. Made as a president that year, Raisa Baguja, Pamuno Maori, Namibia. Mabe Mudakuni Hido Barusa, Taramba Javi, Namibia, Hane, or Mazasa in Novemute, Kitanga Mutere, Mamu Verega, you are metam. Hapu in the Obi Pupo in the Vidi Poma to Guma Heko, Matamunamba, Povi Po Peri, no Chiperi Poca Chiperi.
If my memories serves me well, I vividly remember that this year there was a talk of cooperation in the oil field between Namibia and Russia, but then the United States of America came and said, President Trump said, Namibia, if you want to cooperate with Russia, you will be in trouble. So how do we say we are independent and we can decide on our own, while someone else can come and say, do A and B, don't do C and D?
Maori no do mina de gente Namibia mi ohoromende etu imuno do presendo murongo inakuja nda hongera mbaje omirongo vitano no mirongo vitano amemenda asezeri no murongo o no udeu o chiwana jetu mo Namibia chichema kuja byongo ahoromende chia akura o do presendo murongo kundo do mina de mo kote hiretu.
We understand that in terms of mineral beneficiation for Namibia as a country vis-a-vis foreign investors, Namibia is only benefiting 10% from the income. Is it really true? And if it is true, what is the difference when it comes to the oil? Or are we talking about beneficiation, but at the end of the day, we only get 10% from the oil resources?
Chimepata mechanai ami nemunu wagotu be nembonda changwa rukuru ndino mumachangwa beta yo imatu mayihungirirwa ndino ndi katuya hitamo obahungire mabehungire ambara kabena kuhungira mu kotomba pila njima omaikaliro obeta po made bangu maedi kamisiwo hapo podambo pedi nawa ami eche ningira kakuja mutengwa mupya kacha mutu poru weze na mukamuro kopi nawa amutu desero beta nawa atupulade no made nawa no makondwa kuja kuma epose na woe nge hedi na woe nge matu sokuweda moe ne kili matu manayemba kidangara jo beto ini katuhitire mu njomba piro ini etuparayo oula wayo omdengu yayo etamborayo memango kuningira nao kuja tupaweru weze tuhame ndimoronganiza mbongalero chakina jo oronganizani puno wakwendo ndongo zongwenu mutule sobeta nawa obeta ihepo kule sewa nawa kia purukutiro baige tudunda.
When it comes to this policy under discussion, yes, we are talking about the policy, but we did not go in deep details when it comes to this policy for us to understand each and every point in the policy so that when we make additions, then we know this and that is left out, we have to add, or this and that is not understandable, it has to be made clear. Hence my request for our own meeting as a community so that we can go into deep details with the policy for us to come up with submissions to the office after we are very much conversant with the policy.
Mongero baningiri wanje shima muni sepo bibali baningire yanjanduke ko bero yo president onje no kansala de todo ngabana de tumu na lomwi tuhame yibari metutu no mapira nyo tumane tuhi po yando tu janje twatwa mo to ibu na wanu twatwa mo kuja maicha komande no meja gwaro mini on minister ke himo yo roparo domine mo beku mini ke no ndengero beku yakuna no ndengero mo yungu na bitu akala pa mo yo domine no bikwami okune no kuhebe ujandiro nditwe kwa hakana rupao yo epangare yo ndingwara moja mjimbo akapita mbegu tunu bando jakako ka wada wanji bahana wami kumbi ndage uja tuhaka ni muhona ngunda wetu bochari okuhebe.
Thank you very much. Madam Shilunga, we have been interacting in your previous roles as the Deputy Minister in the Mining Ministry. Today we have met again. I hope our usual communication will continue and discuss issues of cardinal importance when it comes to development. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mami ni kwa muheme tuondi. Kula kwa nenenga kwa titi. Ami chime hungire olomende yahindire oruhindo okudamo mahi peke wa Afrika numba ave akuru yami boka pale konderanga sanjebe to ruo kamba ninyima mujomba okuenda kokubale okukaexplora omaolinga okukandrilinga mumwalio Kameruna wa Angola o Tanzania o Nigeria ngako anamimbi oveni owa ave akuru yami na ave toru yami nami imbo puluwele mbo pumwauli ke mbo pupeno mauli opumba ile muni pumbando skipinjo opumbali no vajavi mayazo kupatuluka omapatulukiro wao ongumba unjanga kunai onga utu nai kumedu nai kuma utu amiombula iko mirongo vitano na mbali amikuchavi yungula mbembe kuiwa kamihivi pothia epuliro lanja minime yango kupula oyungula mavipwire olondityo na letu owanamibia po mavieta wandu openji ojaji mwenjira yalo kujavi owanaje vetu mavehongwa no vetoleleko onjiviro medu mara mbaunju mbaulwami mbakulupa mbaluko ojuoke metwa pihine omaolingo kuyemuna meho ojaja ave explora noho kwa katiro mundu ngwa ihamo kuokongo akatolondera nje aya on direct okudamba ojopera jaseka mamba okuyendango kosie okatolo mundungo okuyeta njine iduko chumwise eyo kutolamba onjeta okutwa ko chumwise nomatupuka kombando longa uli namana me chiri owa ombuliwo mara ehupo inawo joja mali roletu wanamimbia po mali piti yali nango wanje
Yeah. Nangolo makaliro mutenga kongrupa njarwe. Yeah. Oh, I have experienced and assisted oil explorers. Okay. Yeah, I will do so. Explorers to the sea. I was even at one of those spots with the expectation that now they are exploring, maybe one day I will come and work in these companies. But now I'm 52 years old. I don't think I will get that job. Maybe the only hope is for our young ones who might become lucky and work there. But is that oil really ours? Is that really ours? There have been speculation that the oil do not belong to us. Please clarify that point. Even those of us who are a little bit aged and will not be able to work there, at least we are at peace. We know it is our oil, it is for our country, and our children will work there peacefully without any interference from other foreign countries. Yeah. Now, yeah.
Wamiri novita yambo lalo njwau Johannes.
Rinovita Yambo, the first one. The second list of name, Joao Johannes.
Ojifa hadi kimunia hii maundua hii kwama?
Chief Hari Kimuniahi Maundu from Ochivero village. Warune. Marijukiza hapo mwangire. Kulunga marijukiza no? Okay. Now it is over to my colleagues to respond. Maybe the senior will talk last. Okay. Thank you.
Now I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay.
Because we are going to answer the questions collectively with my colleagues because of the shared experiences, and some of the questions are political, and we will allow our principal to respond to the political questions.
Yeah, o mapuliro jiva ongarate ochako biungura byetu ingomethiri pena chiva ngavaramano politika ingomatu yanjako munene wetu alirengwe ethiri.
Let me start answering the first question by the first, I think that was Mr. Shipunda? Yes, thank you, I got that name correctly. Okay, the first question addressed was, is the oil ours or belongs to the company that did the exploration. And again, I just want to highlight, without getting out of the context, that according to the article, regardless of individual interpretation, okay, all right. According to the Article 100 of the Namibian Constitution, unless we misinterpret it ourselves, and perhaps we should not lean toward the personal interpretation, we should go with what the Constitution says. All the resources within the territory of Namibia, whether it's in water, for as long as within the economic processing zone of the country, belongs to the Namibian people, and it belongs to the government and Namibian people. Yes.
Yeah. Penje no matoro kiro bantu ko ulike wao chachima bethu obina ocha kobeta nji ete mutu kaendera obeta ya Namibia njongu ndebeta obiune abihe biomehi mbirike hiehi biri momea ke hiyo meba kokubare ganduku imi mbiri kombanda yehi obya Namibia biohoromende obyo chiwana cha Namibia penje no matoro kiro bantu ko ulike wao.
And yes, the Mr. Shipunda has also quoted the late President Hage Geingob, may his soul rest in peace. Yes, a statement was made, but I think the late President was unfortunately misquoted, but he, however, explained himself what he meant by that statement, but I'm not going to dwell onto that one. But again, I just want us to focus on what the Constitution says, and the local content policy is here or was drafted in order to implement what the Constitution says.
Yeah, o matolokero ngalipo nu kumbihena kuwango kienda rumwe ngatenga pongu madhubide ingo kakume wango kienda mina kucha yari o mahungiriro ngalipo posi ambo bandu mbe twairere abepitiza mo muhungo kutwara mo kuti posi emuni no wakaseturula nawa nu imbimbi matungura mo polisi mbi o mbiri mbi o mbya vikamisiwa mo betanji ongundebeta yehi mo chi article hi o chicha sererimwe o binambyo o mbiri ngondoroka no bidebe mehi betu okuda kwimbya bihembitwi ganduko maoli o winni wohoromende ya Namibia no chero winni wo chiwana cha Namibia wina.
Mr. Sidimba.
Okay, I think I'll come in on the benefits that the government can derive from the oil versus the ownership of the oil. For example, there is equity, participation, because there was talk of is 50-50 feasible? Is it now 10%, 90? Or what is the story there? So I think any company that comes in here, they sign an agreement with the government for them to have a license to look for the oil. Their idea, okay, yeah, so.
Yeah, ohunga no kucha owini wa maolimbo wa une o presendo murongo kohoromende yetu ya Namibia no mirongo mbio mbiu ko bapahepobi ya oji na chime yango kenda na 19 na hemba bajenga ino mirongo 5 ko mirongo 5 chime yango kutwapoka ngo kucha o kamba nijima ipaha chie ya mehi veto munwe kembo kumwe no horomende ya Namibia.
So when the license is given, the expectation is that government does not put any cost, because it's a risky business. It's like gambling. So you can put your money there and lose it. So government does not participate to incur costs during exploration. That is the idea. that the investor use their money. If there is no discovery, they lose alone. Government does not lose. If there is a discovery, that is when now we can see how to share those benefits, and I'll come to how to share those benefits.
O chipeo kamba ni maipa ho maoli mo Namibia ihiti za mochi mariva chayo oyo iniko ulike wayo uliri ya ogu chohoromende kaitwa mochi mariva ichembae chimo pa ho maoli twende ngo kakonje chiwa panjaro kutakwe chiwa tona ochimo kotoka pojiti hamba atuhungire kuja matu hanawi po matu hanasanawi mo winimbwi mo chicha murongo chima chiahi ngambane kuma ingonai.
Okay, so there are examples of companies that explored and they lost and they left the country and the government did not lose any money. Only those companies got bankrupt. So we have examples of such companies and they're out of Namibia. But now we are here where there is a discovery. So I want to talk a little bit on the sharing of the benefits.
Odo company da paho maoli mo Namibia puderi odengi ade aruka no miku varungu okuhena chiva munu ave toki aruka oy mariwa mbila ungulitha ponambo oy mariwa vyao veni bive hena indi mave kapura ko mundu opomba po matudu pokucha chanje kwadha chimo paha kutakwe chwa munu moko toka tuhama ko chitiha chuha mwine walio.
Okay, the first benefit which comes to government is called royalty. This means because it's your land, it's your resources, you get royalties. Whether the company is making profit or not, for operating in Namibia, you are supposed to get royalty. And this is 5% of all the income, just from the beginning. No cost deducted. Whatever comes in, no profit reported, we will get a percent. And this is reserved for government. It's in all contracts. There is a law called the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act. In that law, that number is there. So in terms of, and it's signed in the agreement. It's not negotiable, it's a starter. 5% of all income goes to government, regardless of profit or loss.
Ovechu auto kuungura ochungura chokuna no maoli mo Namibia kuno chimari wachichakura mambo choba presente ndano mwimbyo vembiuni kora no kuhena kuchika lekenwa ulidi chimari wa hichicha hiti uli mumbamba wacho wa presente ndano zakura marukuru ko horomende mabiso kuhita ko horomende wa presente ndano imbapo chiutambo ulidi.
Then on top of that, for every profit, government takes 35% of the profit. Remember, you had the 5%, no profit. Even if you were losing, we will still charge 5%. Now we look at those that are making profit. Of that profit, 35% goes to the government.
Nambano chimarewa chicha uto kuhita, chicha lekenwa, chamunika chamanuko kuchanai, okamba ninji, hitizo chimarewa chichitamba mwemweze ngantuko mbura, over presente mirongo vitatu na ndano, madhe iko horomende. Da inji, ochimariwa chihitehi.
Then we talked of government participation. So when we say participation, it means NAMCO is on the contract and they are awarded the 10%. NAMCO holding it on behalf of the government. Meaning from the beginning, during exploration, NAMCO owns 10% of that. They may or may not incur costs. So there are agreements there. The idea is not for NAMCO also to pay costs. But those costs are not discounted. They carry them when there is money to share. They will remind us, remember we gave you money for your 10%, now pay us back because you were not being carried for free, for example. So that 10% participation is for NAMCO, but it comes at a cost. So if NAMCO wants 50%, then the agreement is NAMCO willing to pay 50% of the cost? And an example of development could be $10 billion US. Now 50% of that means NAMCO should be able to pay 5 billion of the cost. Then, when they can share, then they can share 50% of the profit. Because the companies, when they come, they will say, you cannot only ask for 50% of profit without asking for 50% of costs. Otherwise, what makes you special than Angola? What makes you special than Nigeria? Because in those countries, you benefit from profit, not from ownership. So ownership is a little bit tricky, but be that as it may, in case there is profit made, then that 10%, it now goes to dividends. So on top of your taxes of 35%, now that 10% also comes to government. So it's an additional on top of the tax, not the only money that government is supposed to collect. So this can be negotiated. Unfortunately, it's a give and take negotiations.
Yeah, ojungura nambano chima chikaenda, peno chima riba chouna rupa, uba presendo murongo, ndenda konamkor. Onamkora imu uba presendo murongo ndo, nambano chipa kamunika kucha ochimariwa nambano cha utokuhito ngarate, okucho namkora, iso kusuta, uba presendo ndo, okuyarura kwa kamba ninji, njebe pere. Jipere yabo. Okay. Okuja, okupewa, inajua kaenda, abiaruka.
Maybe in conclusion, maybe something to give you comfort is that our idea is to make these calculations transparent so that when the calculations are being made by the companies, those that are collecting the taxes, they can be able to show how much taxes have been collected, how much royalties have been collected. At the end of the project, then we can say who got more. Is it government or the contractor? Is it 50% or is it 70%? These calculations can be made, but for the purposes of local content, that is outside of this policy, because this one is in the agreement to explore between the government and the operator. So it's called fiscal terms. If this needs to be improved, it is then a matter of amending such laws, and this should be the job of the people in parliament to see whether that laws need review. But it is there, the fiscal terms.
Yeah, okuja ojina chichiro chinandengu, ongo mareke neno, wanga maho chimariba chihe, chichiri maungulironga, okusokuleke na nokutalewa nawa, apehe no kamake mikuka holekwa, kokucha kurusenina, tumune kokucha, hapongwa muno vingi oune, mwingo maunguliro ahenga, nu omanombo echa muno vingi, ochiviso kukarapo, viso kukarabi.
Yeah, I think I'll leave that. Other examples of the diamonds and the fishing court, I think others can elaborate on those.
Thank you very much for the wonderful and valid questions that the people of Kunene are posing.
Yeah, okuneno kuhepa komapuliro mawa, no manandengungo, ngapulwa iyo chiwa macha Kunene.
First, I would like to apologize for the late distribution of the policy, as it came out to say it was not given to you with enough time to go through and make your proper contribution. I really apologize for that.
Ojitenga meningiro njesiro, kwindo o policy nji, umanumbuya kanjwa olata pupetambo, kokuja muhaka nuruwedo kutaramo komunungu ruwede, nu mukale no haude uyenu, yobiune mbiacha mutuamo.
Secondly, I would like to appreciate the comments that were made, that it's a good policy.
Kina ojijabari mechandangi ko maheyangabo ko chiwana kuchenjo policy ine manumbiri mbo poru turo maungulirondo oru tuoru wachinene.
And I also take cognizance of the concern that is a good policy, but will it deliver? Or is it just another policy like all those that we have been informed about and never delivered anything?
Pena ouna ndengu muchihungiriro chenu indu chimwacha o policy ombwa na mbono mairiro policy po ruturo maunguliro ndu marutu ya mandwi po orutu ndu marukara nao liri chimu na hotungi tutwa unokuta munwamba ete mutu hamuno uwa.
The very first question is whether oil is ours or not, like it was said before, but it was also mentioned that it was explained further that statement was explained further as to why it was made like that, because it was not really intended to mean what was conveyed at the end of the day.
Yeah, ogongo kucha chipa unokura isi wako kucha pahungirirwe oba presente kaani da isi wa yo ondere da Namibia into dengi kala ngunongwi ya pase tururwa na kucha pambo pakase tururwa nganda peke wakoma dhubiro mawa kukucha kako na ngwali twakula mapopa wa ulirimba katulipo pavi ochachi mapemunika.
But Article 100 states and provides that mineral rights vest under the state, in the state.
Owachiri ogongo kucha edebariche sererimwe robeta etu njongu ndebeta Namibia maricha obidewe mehi obya Namibia obya horomendi ya Namibia no chiwa na chayo.
Therefore oil is ours.
Menara nao o maoli owetu.
We only need to get into partnership with those that have capacity in terms of technical and financial, and also those that have the technology to extract the oil out of the ground.
Oyina etekisembo kuchita okongo kuya monguta saneno no maduwa saneno pamwe na imba ombe no masa no njibiro yokuso kunana ochide chomehi chetuhi ochina etechitungura pochi twaso kuungura.
Then the other question is asking whether we are not only going to do it like the Ministry of Fisheries is doing with the fishing quotas.
Eprioraro raja nunga hino katuna kuka ungura chimu no rupandwiro horomende ro mahunju kirwa ungura ohunga no va presidenta vo quota vo mahunju.
We are the Upstream Petroleum Unit dealing with oil and gas under the Office of the President. When it comes to fishery issues, we are only able to take the complaint further to the ministry responsible because we do not have the details of what it takes for you to get a fishing quota.
O komundambu o mahunju chipe o de ochaimbo ocheto kutwaira uliko wakwetumba mbere mu ruparo tutumbo no bikunwa no mahunju abeta kuja mabe ungulire kobi katuna o masa ulirimbo penje na ingo maoli ongere wetunga ochi napumatu enino kukondoroka no kuhongira kumu.
But we promise to take the concern to the relevant authorities.
Posia o de ombo mbara ifiwambo ko wakwetumba mbere ko chomite matutwaire rimbo mahunjumbo.
So it's the same with the diamond matters.
Gandu kokawengo kaapa diamonda kokucha wina chipe no de umba honga mango matutwa ko wakwetumbe ungura nao umberonji chineno maolinga.
Therefore, I would really like the audience to concentrate on oil and gas and the local content policy that have brought us here.
Ya okuja chinene kuimba umake garahia manuka katia yombango ko maoli no khasa rikana chinene nene mbyo byetumbyo ombi matufo kutuna.
Whether this policy is going to deliver or it is just going to be part of those other policies that have not delivered, I would want to inform you that we have already started to deliver under this policy without it being finalized. The two colleagues have already informed you that they are the beneficiary of the local content policy. And that is basically when they went for their further studies, they went under the Petro Fund.
Ya owakwetu mbalo nokula ithamba owarumendu bibiri kongotu etumba waraitho kucha evowe mbamuno uwa mochungura chomawali hingunda chihauta onganda jimba jalo nokula ithiwambo Petro Fund aiwe pochi mari wachokukiri honga ko murungu okucha ngunda o policy nja ihia manuka chanjo bandu bauto kumuna mo warukuru.
Last year when we really started, we had another discussion with the Petro Fund, and we had a cooperation with the Angolan government, whereby 20 young people were already taken from our vocational training centers to the Angolan petroleum centers to be trained. They are already back, having finished their courses in Angola, and they are already employed by the oil companies.
Nunguta batuka edambanai matu njo maoli ye patulu kubungula bikaende peno wana mimbio milongo bibali butwa isa modo skole ndazo bibungula wakomake o vocational training center zetu atuindi ko bakamba ndiza Angola ba maoli abekeri honga chiwa kama nango bahitwa ngarate ulidi okuche nawo chungura cha utukukaenda ko utitititi.
And the policy is also talking about the monitoring that we are going to do as the unit, whether the companies are complying. Therefore, each and every company is going to be expected to have a plan, and that plan will inform us how many Namibians are employed there, how many goods and services are being delivered by Namibian companies, and what type of trainings are they doing for the Namibian people, and what technological transfer is happening in that company, benefiting the Namibian people.
Okucha mwakatiko biungura bima bikahita mwinjo policy njipo muruturo maungulirondwi onjo omatalero wamakaendero ko murungu obiungura okudako rubede ngako rubede matalero ngo chiakaenda chimatu chwako kucha obokamba ninda bakutobana mibya bengapi mberi mu biungura byao numabe hitathana bino chibalero cyo bandu omauye warwe mberi mu biungura mbi.
Therefore,
hongero ngeanjwa ya thanapi ngeanjwa hiyo obokamba ninda ko bana mimbia nu obinambibe hepo bihepwa veranda ko bakamba ningapi bana mimbia.
Therefore, I would like to really encourage and encourage the community of the Kunene region to have faith in what we have presented here today. And remember, this unit is under the presidency, because the president felt it is that unit that needs monitoring for accountability and for transparency. Therefore, she will really, really put us on the ground to make sure that we deliver to the expectation of the Namibian people.
Ojina charwe chime wango kutwapo okoko kuchatutunga ngambuliro ngochungura chimatungura hii mena kuje matu chwo kuchorupando rwalipi waliko ministry kurwali pozio president jina yechetera winna momberoye kucha makale netweho ko maunguliro mapenga kuyo matanaukiro mu maunguliro ingangali no bohabiho nga epatero bandu penje okucha punao ochimatu ningireko kucha tutwe mongambuliro mu biungurambi nete mbutuli momberonjo tukonja no matha ko kucha tuhaepe ndeko imbimbitwa thokutuna okubitwa mu muhonga mbuliwo.
Yes, thank you, the Master of Ceremonies. And I just want to add to what my principal has said. Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, I remember correctly through several engagement with the operators and the service providers to the oil and gas companies. She always argued the oil companies, the international oil companies, the service providers, to create a database where she requested them to, at least whenever they are hiring, let's take an example that the company has a supply base in Wolfish Bay, for example. Honorable Shilonga has always requested them to say that, look, I would want you to reach out to the offices of the regional councillors, the governors across the Namibian nation, for them to give you submission of the young people who can be beneficiaries or who can be employed by the services that they are providing. It is her dream to see every region having a representation in the oil and gas industry.
Yeah, okucha peno chungura ochipaime chokukonja kucha Namimbia veriro vanarupa mochitamba chomaoli okucho chiperi naiko kucha pekonjwa mombiro yo presidenta kokuchavi orukondwa ruherwa Namibia vekale no unarupa wao mochitamba chomaoli hi apehakara rumero tukondwa rumaro paterwa penji okucha pomambo ochungura chitu nacho chichihena induma chia rumbunda chimachungura okutwara komandero.
Yes, with that, and I think we should now proceed with the following questions, if there are more questions to be asked.
Okucha matukaenda ko Mulungu no makengangara ya hupu nu amimbaulwa hina kukuchaera chwa muno kujepulira lapura lukuru opula ndeko kumakenga makuru penekeri mendara la hupu mbena okumechi ekotoka kumonika mba eyapo kainyango namba.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is it working like this? Are you hearing? 1, 2. Then I must be very close to it. Okay, thank you very much, Director of Proceeding. Congratulations. It has been for a while without meeting my sister, Honorable Cornelia Shilunga, with your appointment. My name is Julius. My surname, Kauyova, well known as KK. And I'm the Swap Property Regional Coordinator. I listened very well to the policy interpretation, and a person is asking this question just for enlightenment of the general public, because examples were also cited by the presenters on what went wrong in some of the countries, citing an example of Angola. And it's very true and it's disheartening that we all agree that our continent, Africa, is one of the wealthiest continents, if not in the world, but very with poor inhabitants. Now, I just wanted to know whether our local content policy was perhaps benchmarked on any successful African country that can be cited is possible to achieve what we are intending to, or whether perhaps it's our own try and error policy, or perhaps we have benchmarked the unsuccessful stories of those countries that were cited as an example here, and maybe we improve on that one. And then secondly, which is just a proposal, because we believe as educators that the only thing that can produce equity apart from resource distribution is when we provide skill, training, and qualification to the citizens. Education is the equalizer of all citizens. And therefore we are proposing, as it was mentioned about future scholarship or bursary, that perhaps our government or the unit should look at the provision of allocating scholarship on a quota system. I'm seeing this thing, as it was partially motivated by former MP, Comrade Kavekotora, Mike, that when you cite an example of the police force recruitment, is where, as Namibians, we are seeing that equity and fair representations in terms of job creation for our unemployed youth. So that's why we strongly advocate for our government, for the unit, to ensure or try that at least, should there be scholarship, at least there should be a quota allocation to the region. That is, okay. Are you? Okay. Yeah. Then again, lastly, I wanted to know, should our dream be realized of a fully fledged operation of the petroleum operation, refinery, and so forth? Are we going to see a price reduction in well-produced product in Namibia? Unlike the situation in fishing, where we are having our own sea, fish from our ocean, but when you go into the shelf of OK, the Namibians cannot afford to buy fish, which is their own local product. So these are some of the things or the concern which we want to see, that the car owners here, or even all citizens, because when it comes to price hike, it does not only affect the owner of the vehicle, it is also affecting the users of transport. So are we going to see where the price of oil, petrol, in fact not oil, petrol, diesel, and other oil-related products being reduced? Is there such a guarantee, even if it is after 10 or 20 years to come, with this local content policy? That is what we want to see, and we are looking forward. We are embracing the policy, the idea, and we are pledging our support to the line ministry, to the office of the president, to all the stakeholders. Where need be, we will always be stakeholders, and we will support. Opathupi-thupi chitengo mundu mbanja ontangi uri ko comrade ano mutena kwanje panga mochirwa kuja twakaro uri no kwe hakaena nu shamuni no ombandi yo utoni yo chihakwa chaperweho katwa hakaena mundu chimo mutherepo uninga dumo viunguro vipe bya munembe uri okwambo wango kupura nokuthetululirirwa kweshavi atuhe tunongo pare pamwe ondu ochinaho chino chipe mu matuyo vengi ondu ngombe mara mundu mwango kushua kweshavi hapo ndungenji yimatu wango kumemana wa mondondo yoshitamba sho maori no dombepo po mi pepo hapo njo ndunge yetu nji ina ochifafanekero sho mahiyarwe kutwafafaneka mo maungwiro yawo oronto panamba pata munwa o mahi Afrika kwa ekoverwa hiri mwetumbe mara ndino vandu vafiona mara kwamba tupewa wina o mahiyaro mararanga ndana ete gena o maori wina mara ngaputara omundu chimwango yo yebi hapo nunjo ndungenje yetu njitwa tumemenji ponji matu ango kumemanji hapo twafafaneka kune ehiri ne porumwe mekoverwa la Afrika porarwe datona tumalie no kutupa ongwidhikiro yokushavi mapea atukatona okwambo omundu yanjo ndunge pomaningira yokusha oveshiwatara o polisi eshima ikutu ovandu poshima yanjo viungura ko vanasho mitanda o polisi ishita poitwa po ovetongahu yokushavi orukondwa aruhe makuthokuda oshivarero chicietekimba kucha polume kashino kuteka pamwe mara he orukondwa aruhe rupewa oshivarero sho vandu mbumavetho kukutwa mo polisi chichikaetitha kushavi komandero yomakutiro orukondwa aruhe rushavi amyo vanashe vanje po orukondwa aruhe varave kutwa he okunene kuno vanashe mbuvakutitha mo polisi po mwami oyo yimatu ningire uyavi chipia ko mahongero chimuno akwetu osibindi no Joseph amakali chimaveri pambara ko bituve na wana ikusha ayete twahongwa ko okupitira metro fanda hapo mbo bakunene ive ngapi bahongo kupitira metro fanda uyo chimatu ningire kushavi ngapetu wapi wechipaka munika kushavi ochitambahi ocho chitambo chipe machika hongithwa nacho 50 ngakuve mwana chimbo 50 hambo mbali ngaveve kurukondora kunene okuja na hange wautokukulitha ovandu pupeteki veka utokukarakana oshikuki po veka kano hamborakana okurakana oshikuki ingoma ningira uliri gume munu kusha mapyo nguma ekaetitha ombwiro kwete atue olufenina omundu opura kushavi hapo abihe shibya enenithiwa omaori yamunika yatoporwa yatanaurwa mwamaonguliro nambano hapo imbyo bina abihe mbidha pombi ungurwa mwa maori kujo made onjo petro anja kenditho bandu kahengo ondisela hapo chiri o policy pre o veta yetunji maitupe o ngwidhikiro kuja odo pereitha do viune abihe biungurwa pomide byo maori mavi kahenunuka chiri kujo ko mundu murongo po mirongo ibari ondu oruroto etendumatu wangwa okumuni ojitatana nekero etetuno muronga tunodhahide tudo muronga tukamburo mahunju kupitira modo kambani ninaro mbya hingirwa ponam mara okuhingiro wachiri shuwa imo mo shoprite na ipomo uokamu obanene betu no bande bingi ponam kabeno kiene ukaronda okuranda ondoha yehunju dida muronga wetu mbauli omirongo bine na ndano ondoha imu hapo binambi mape ya shivya unguru avi mavike tupa owa etembo matudheri po matukarabu amatululi lichi muna chituhara matulu nei okunena kwepo
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening. I think it's an evening this time around. First of all, let me quickly thank the delegation that came along with my sister, Connie. Thank you very much for bringing this vital information to the region. But before I make my comment, let me register my dismay. Lack of proper information flow is a pain in the neck in Kunene region. I don't know about other regions, but really, it's a headache. We tend to miss very important meetings, gatherings, simply because we do not get the information on time. Inakudubaka. So I really want us to find a way to make sure that the information reach the intended target. Amibino ude utiti uriri, tutengamba miniko shimbumba, shishaduko koshomwithe, shishina koni shilunga, echandangi kushababa dabe kutuponjivisiro na hepero, pothio ude umbumbi nao, mokunene, inakushio tukondwa tfarwe, odonjivisiro dona hepero, ukededu ashimuna shua de peitho munduwe sheriko putuna. Odongo de shideto no de havada o munda pakwa o kaliru utire. O yonjivisiro murukondwa wetu kaya moruvede o jitu panjaro donjivisiro dona hepero masha turia mena nda chitwatane itwato hina njivisiro. I hope, like today, it was a very bad day. 2 meetings of vital importance were clashing. We had to set one aside to attend the other one. It was really bad. If we knew that these meetings were of the same magnitude, we could have placed them on 2 different dates and give, attention to one today and attention to another one the next day. It's really bad. We tend to blame the central government that we are not getting the right information on time. But I don't know whether the problem is with us within the region or whether it's the central government. I do not know. But I don't want to continue blaming. I want things to be done the correct way. Nakwango njokuyanjonjo kurive, ondu hijo ujo njivisironji, shi havada, hapo iripi, itarapi, nuitho kuyanjwavi, no unengu heyanja. Nundombo ngalero mbalinda. Deno matha emwe, de kuna nathano maramanei. Hapo naonawa, imwe tweshietha, twaikuyarwe, ama tukakotoka taa irinjine. Wanduwe matura atumbo chocho motoka thimu matwiko na kumatu sokiende. Marombo ngalenjo na hepero kono kwango kuyetha. Pothiara toko. Okuneno kuhepa. My sister and your delegation, the issue of free prior informed consent is a very sensitive issue, and we tend to neglect it, especially when it comes to the indigenous communities within our region. This very vital, important information will only reach people in OPUWO. But when it comes to a project that will affect these particular people, they will not even have a hint of this information. They only see cars coming into their villages, projects are going on, but there is no prior information given to them for them to take decisive decisions. So they are not being part of the decision making. Okapuketu ngakutu shavi, onjivi thironu, omudungo homone nangwa turapo pepupa. Utho kushuja murukondore makuyo bandu. Utho kushuja murukondore mamu wango kungurwa ye. Athe kama igombo ngalero nji. Akakara norupa. Akanatwa mamboba kwao. Nambano njivi thironji komunduka iya. Uye kumunodo hauto madherianga. Apomba upa hewa kusha umbiro kakutuko ruhere. Muna kwe wabadwano njara opua mwini. Pothio njivi thironji riyoku yeka ibada. Obiungura mbishima biungurwa. Bimari wakuono hoka bibada. Ouja ponambo katiti kaperi now. The other issue is when information are coming through to the regions, there are certain groupings of the communities that are being left out. I'm talking of women now. You find that more men are in offices, they have the power to run offices, they share information with their fellows, and the poor women are left out. Where you find women in offices, they turn to ignore their fellow women and give information to men. So these issues are really disturbing. Information should flow, and one can decide to come or not to come. But at least the information should come directly to the intended target. And I have another observation throughout the years. As the previous speaker narrated, Mr. Maundu and others, people in Kunene are known to be a peaceful and tolerant enough. But what we do as being tolerant and kind, we tend to be abused at the end of the day. Because you open up for visitors, you open up for new projects, but at the end of the day, you don't get greater benefit out of it. Orukondora kunene tuyanjero bando kuye upaturuke, weto banahango bawa, weto basekirizo bawa, pothio bishitwa shivia nambano pe utokukare hupo, etete mtukaliro bathia manyune, hapo tuchitwa vi, ngwaji tuhahupuna walinda tianja nawa. On my contribution, further I would like to request for local committees to be established. And these committees shouldn't be with the regional council as a broader entity. Should be under the office of the governor. Why am I saying this? Because when it comes to the regional council, there are so many officers in that office. Sometimes you hear about something, you go and ask Mr. A. I'm not sure, maybe ask Mr. B. Maybe ask Mr. Who. So the governor is only one person in that office. And if you ask him about something, he'll be able to tell you straight, no, I have that information, or I don't have. So the committees must be under the office of the governor. And the committees should contain women and the youth, so that the information flow to the right targets. Matu wangu chamukaro committee, himatu hungirire ko kondandonchi. Avihai kombero yoru kondwa, shiwa pumba muno mundo pura, ayi hinakushiwa. Oikuga msepo pura, hinakushiwa. Oikundunduru, hinakushiwa. Oshuri anga uringando kubithongaku. Ojombero yongava na munongava na imwe uriri. Gari kwa gonjivi thironda, ali kutwa kapa. No ngariro do committee ndumade hanika kushia, njo committee waka dendu, njo committee omitanda. Ogonjivi thiro detu tukaithengo. And this must be a task force for advocacy. We need to take this information down to the grassroots. It shouldn't end up in the streets of OPUWO. No, these are not the right people. People down the villages should know what is going on, and they should give their consent. The other issue is gender mainstreaming. I think it should be inclusive from the onset. Every corner of this policy must target gender mainstreaming there at all stages. And finally, I fully support the effort, and I hope that it will be inclusive enough to all members of the Kunene region. Yeah, mbacha tulipa mwenu ngatutale kondekathaneno yodonjivi thironda. Omitanda, owakadendu, owarumendu, atuhe ngatupe onjivi thiro, jiteki pamwe. Kuchatiene no kungura pamwe, ojoshiwana. Komandero we yuba, atu heshima tungura pamwe, atu yenene, kondoneno. Okweba.
Tunonyota nutwarareka no pajama tu para mona. Yeah. Good evening. I'm Mr. Joroka Chirora. That's my name. First and foremost, let me thankful to the Director of Proceeding, the Program Director. All protocol observes already established. Traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This afternoon. I'm evening, afternoon early. Okay. I have a few questions and also suggestions that I want to contribute in this evening. The first contribution, just regarding to the gap discrepancy between the traditional leaders and the central government, which I can observe since all the projects, once it's come to the ground or come to the region, I think it should come to, first should be coming to the grassroots level as a traditional leader, and as I can see, there is a gap discrepancy. That's why most of the time, you can see that the traditional leader, they don't know, they left behind in most of the information. Okana kume akutopamba akuchavi, mutu be munika yo peno ruchiva, pokati kohoro mende, yetu ndivi TV, no baho na vetu omba hama, pero odothoromana. Odothoromana, o venehi, akaka venehi, ombete betu tirehi, podia hororo mende. Podia o information apo, odo mpude de meso kuya kuo, kadi amoru vede, okuja kunao, ochime akunigira kujavi, odo mpude de kuo moru vede. My suggestion in this regard is it straightforward. As in the office of the presidency, I would like to request your office just to have a road show to come down to the villages so that we can just give a training or just to income a training on about what has been transpired on the office of the presidency, like just like what we are doing now. Just to do the road show for 3 months or just 6 months or something like that. I know that you have a lot of commitment, but for you to ensure that the service delivery it is accurate, you need to do so. That's my request. Okana kumpatu apo karweke bachavi o ombero yo meya kuningira ko ombero yo presidenta po yo churu chehi kujarika na olive kare no tu Kongo tumawe kaenda nato modo mo kuchomo opakati kombula rumwe mo miezi vitatu po hambo umwe pokati mbona wamena kuja ukambura kwa January kanduku December rumwe abantu veka anonyota chinene. My other contribution, what I wanted to ask to Honorable Cornelia, I wanted to know about whether the oil discovery also having the like an EPL or not. Whether the oil discovery, if you discovered the oil here in OPUWO, and it is in on as someone EPL. That person also, you need to have a permission from them, from him or her, or just the government administration that you need to do what you need to do between two of you. Yeah, this is the question that I wanted to post it. In oil discovery and gas, we need a fairness, integrity, ethics, and transparency policy in order to accommodate or benefit all Namibians at large. When I'm coming to the presentation, Mr. Who? Yeah, yes, you mentioned in your presentation, sir, you are presenting, you are given the a good informative and educative information that you are giving to the community, and you're mentioning about the SME growth and job creation and skill development. That is the good point that you're mentioning. But when you mentioning those things like SME growth, SME have the different categories, starting from the small, medium, up to the large scale enterprises. But when we came to the given or awarding the tenders to contractors, you don't maybe encourage the small scale enterprises to come to become the large one. Because as the governor said that all the tenders, like in the region, they are just only given to one person, but those small scale enterprises, they are not be strengthened to groom them from the grassroots level to sophisticated level. That's my point. Lastly, about investors in our country. I don't know whether the investors, is it the one that are misunderstanding, or is in the official in the government entities or in the government institution that you don't understand about, or that misinterpreting the policies, either in the Mineral Act or just the issues of the oil discovery, or why the investors just they don't follow up about what the policy are saying. Because when you talk about the EPL, I mean the investors, we are referring to like to the EPL or to the different EPL, to the investors that you don't follow the policy and the regulation of Namibia. I thank you.
Arikane okulia matuli na michimba cha matu yenene kulalamba mbanyanda uliri matu thokumana tuyende ngaheno mwavu unabi matu thokumana tuyende arikana kudhamba kamena la kuja makwe nyangungumba umitha miango bundu kuya ngarate kepuli inakuwa ngo statement chimba okay.
Iya okuneno kuhepa amwami ka ukondwa othani anje ajondo mbadu mochinjereze ochinjereze okarukondwa mukomu munopuo okarukondwa ngo menaru paranga wako keno thoromana ndatu ndakura sana nuwina ndakurwa othothoromana ndo okida hindi umwe wao banane ngumbiriami oja nambe kugura menapo wakwetumbo yari mbeheripo chimba utokuhita monjo no nino ninganduko kuja muno munanwa wanje nguri inyangu mupyangu matoroka iya nambano me utehungira nje katiti mumuno mapuliro ebali ingarwa maraera mboli ambine mbwe hongone kwa ndu malija ongomba ihe ipyango ruto rwayo mambo anje njuye kutoroka chachirina ongomba ihe ipyango ruto rwayo aye mara kamare ongomba ihe ili pyangero ruto rwayo etena imatwango kupyango ruto rwetune numo twithire katiti obandu kimabe hungire ngandabe katwako biune mbye byarwe mbida mehi nunge heri maori menaro kuja tunohura mambo anje katoroko mwanombo uli menaro kuja tunohura twaraerwa na ikima tuhungire mo kunene okuningwi na kitu no peresende ndatu do andu bahaungura modo hurandu twaraerwa tuthokuja na matukano peresende imwe njima ikakoka kwa maorio pu andatu hatuliro baungure obiune mbi twaraerwa bingi nabi bya haungura.
Yeah, I have to put it that we have had a lot of development promises from government and other role players in the development field, such that we are very much obsessed with this information to an extent that our expectations are now exploding. So, whenever we hear of any development coming, we want to enter as quickly as possible in that field. Now we talk about oil.
Iya, okuneno kuhepa, o mea ke puliro rangi, po meto kupura rimwe, chia dumbe mu pera amborangi. E puliro rangi mari puro kujabi, o petrora, on disera, parafin, eto inambi tuisa no kujo maori. Hapo nambano maori nguma muhungiro en. Emborangi ndume mwethie naro, memwetha mejabi, alikana uliongo mbejia ongaranga ikandu. Okuneno kuhepa.
The question, we talk of oil, but as when it comes to petrol, diesel, and paraffin, these are all oil products. Which one are we talking about here? And my last, and I don't know if it's an advice or a request for that matter, please, we cannot wait anymore. Let the oil develop. Yeah, and please, my colleagues, as you are answering, there was also a request from Mr. Maundu when he requested for a provision for the community to sit afterwards in days which they will determine so that they can come up with proper submissions after going through the policy in addition to what they are now providing. And food is coming. Bear with us.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Senobia Sharon Gajuongo, an NCCI representative, means NCCI, Namibian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for business people. Yeah. When I was sitting and listening attentively, it was more on one Namibia, one nation, no one must be left out. I hope it will be the practice. Because it's the eighth of the whole government, then it means not going to be business as usual. No, don't use the word for the sake, because you know the word. The other thing is it's about the percentage of employment. Please, people, when we talk about people need to be employed, when you look into the region, as what already alluded by the comrade, my uncle, Kauyova, please, the percentage-wise, let's cut the cake and think about the marginalized, the word that you are using when you are traveling. Take it in considerations and cognizance about it. The skills development issue. There must be a commission of employment so that we can have better skills. In your unit, there must be a commission for employment that deals just with employment, specifically employment, nothing else. So that that person will be accountable and answerable to our questions when we are going to ask, where is Kunene? So that we cannot be pushed and there and there and there. There must be feedback, because sometimes you are coming to the region, we sit the whole night, we discuss it, you put it on papers, going back to Windhoek, you are going forever, then you implement. Without coming back to us, what we said is correctly what you put on papers. All along we are seeing you are implementing. What are you implementing? You did not feedback us back. Economical empowerment. It was been skipped in a sense that apparently it was been alluded already by the two previous speakers. That is the bone of contention, please say. If we are talking about the economical impact to the people of the region, then we need to sit, as it was said already by my elder, that we need to sit about and look into the document ourselves. Because coming and doing this and going back and reporting that Kunene have agreed, that is not true at all. We need to have another budget for a day so that we can have meals and we sit on the document. We look into it, what is best for us, what is not best for us, what we have been putting on black and white. The other last thing is the company issues, please, people. When we are distributing this, when it comes to the, it was you first of all you explore, then after that you found it, after Namibia found it, the other company will come on a table of that 10%, 35%, and whatever percentage. After that, please put the percentage for companies as well, according to the region. And as it was been said already by Shondu, Kusha, we have been suffering, put our percentage on 60% and above. Bimane uri mochero chisupi Othupi ojere romba javi tukane mbondi javi ete Wanamimbia bemwe ete bandu bemwe Wanamimbia bemwe ngabeka mu maunguriro uri. Shima be inei shima be katwapo maunguriro wao odo company nde tungaderio mirongo hambo mugenda kombanda mena kushoba kotu bamuna rukuruko ko binne ko bimemombe byaro mbya unguru hapo. Mbashanga muka no rupa mokoto onganda yao jima yungura no makutiro wetu no presente detu de kare kombanda do makutiro atukano mahungiro uringe hena china ye ungura shima veine alikana ochive tukalita modonjuone abesha bakamburo mapu mabeka kuta koshomwithe beka kuta beka uto kungura kave kotoka kwete imimbi bakakuta kujambi matuvanga poka mimatuvanga menasha mabira ngiro tukonda tuhe mona Namimbia nei chwa mabeka kuta ona Namimbia imwe kwamba bese kukotoka kujaba Namimbia imwe yakashavi atuta kuye tunahange poka tunahangi mambo matheni namba weza komambo ya inyangu maundu muniehi kuja alikane shimwadumba katwapo embudgeta omoma kongwerere comrade kokuja alikane mo chibuke chima chende po chibuke jarwe tutamo police nji the tuhame tulie tutaremo kwamba tushe facha ko important chakwa kako mambo ngetembo submit.
Yeah, alikana from here I want to get the responses. I will only allow one person, very brief. Very brief.
I mean, nambana mjomba konjine yene ne uri okongera omo. Yeah, na wakwetu kwe mioni na utiali leo yarwe yame. Ikupo minute imwe kujambi ukotoke. Ami hinalo minute. Nuhindi inakuta kumakauli. Ndundu. Me nino kutakuma hinakuta kuma ondu meango kujambizo ake uli. Inakuharecha mea kulalive mwa kulwa rukuru. Meme koloneli atu hakana modo conference odengi wa kuru kiyenena. OPUWO uli limeko nderengo no chimbumba jwe. O epuri oranje kinene mali kuchitihe ena ndimba dhembi lomulume ngo hamangu sibinda sindimba ndangi kinene ko chihungiriro chwe mecha kondangi mara mebango kutara mo mahunginga ngo ahungirenga ulilime bayo omwe kinano kimepaha pothia chapulwamba mo chiherero mo chavi wapumu okudhira wapumu okudhira kachiere na wapo kudhuaka wakuchechecha o mwanda kwatola kangu nambihe yako kule po hikae ndi utorekere kumwe kunde hiya yako kule no yeah o papuru o uambu matumunu mo o uambu matumunu mo petrol anji pongo maoli nga hongiro mukwetunga o uambu ngunde ya mina ijime pulate ne jomulume ndumo ngundi pare wonge chetha ngumba kama wonge chethrule heudhu bauli mena kuja pumeza kuja hiadhu ba obino bingi mbi wara ithambo texa o texa nji horomende o muketo ko chiherero chua yako kujabi hapombo uwa ulimbu matumuno mombo wetu chimu na chimu ondu puma weza kuthathaneka nao okuja udhuwe kuja matupulai ondi amanda muna mbimbi yanu okamba ninjo andare ngunda tuhe imuna komehona itudhuwa kujabi nona mbimbi aberi hane no do present 50 ko 50 obe nu mo 50 no 50 o present ndo muno texa no yo present ndo ndano indo do texa ndo ndano mo 50 mo present ndo o texa horomende kwiri yo present ndo ndano etemba matupura ko kuchavi ngunda wawu nukuta muno odo presente ndo indo ndano ndo o uambo waru odo presente kina ndo 50 ndo darbe ndini nderiko ko namdep mwinjo petrol anji ingapi epuri eroto ririmbo uriri tukacheko ii kondukumenda nji tukacheko kako kondukumenda nji ondu chitwa wo uambo uriri ngunda huye tudhubitha mairi rombumuna
yeah the percentage of benefit between government and the investor in terms of oil. What is it, percentage-wise? Okauta chienda. Yeah, that percentage is what we need, is what he needs. And then the last person.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Mox Kenaumwe, a youth representative, Kune Youth Forum. Yeah, just two question. One question, in fact, and one is a. Yeah, no. One is just a follow-up question on the 35% of government from after the profit. I wanted to ask if, onto your loyalty, you said the government is not giving in something in order to get something, in terms of when they are exploring. Now, in the 35% that you talk about, for the government to get that 35%, are they giving in something? That's one. And then the other one, we have a situation in Angola, we have oil there, our neighboring country, which we assume should be maybe cheaper oil for us here who are neighboring. But we don't use that oil from Angola. Now I wanted to ask, in terms of refinery, up to what level are we going to refine our oil so that it can be usable to us, or to the whole standard country, or Africa in general? At what level are we going to refine those oil? So, but kapura uri ngokaro ka oka puro kumakete da ko uri kapura ko ke punda hungira javi o petende mengo ita tuna ndano nda hungi kuchola horomende duma imunu kombunda ochi chicha murongo po chipa unguchi ochi mariva po pretende nda ondu wali sa kucho horomende chima pepa ho maoli horomende kaya chi mariva michitiro kupanjara apo namba uje kuno pretende mengo ita tuna ndano nda maitwa mo china kuje muno pretende mengo ita tuna ndano nda po mai muno pretende tuna ndano nda mo chimpeje kucha oyo njiri oyini yomide hindi o chichevali o tunomali ya Angola ete hipopelu na ete kathu jama wale wombili ha poge hipopelu pothia maoli katunguli sama na mimbia mona uchekula kahino kaya kohorwa na wapo chike mambo ngehungirwa ampo nampano hapete eche matuka kohora ngandupo ndondo ine kuyati yene no kuyungulitha mahyaro wa sante kaye ungulithe nenjo Afrika hiye ungulithe atuhaka no mawali ngumatu ngula pothia ni katunu kiyungulitha nuka njamo wina kwa baranga ndabitu okwepo
yeah bajandangi kuja mwetu polu wethe kuyatumane Now, okay.
Okay. I think I'll answer those ones which are specific to me, and then I'll yes. Okay. I think my colleague would like to start first.
Just
Thank
before he answers his question, I will first tackle in order, then we go according to the order. The good thing about the last sessions, when it comes to question, most of them, they were not really questions, but most of them were suggestions. And in terms of the suggestion, I would just want to answer in short to say that, look, we appreciate the suggestion, and we have taken note, and this is basically the main reason why we brought local content to the regions, for your input, for your suggestions, and all the suggestions that you gave. Yes, and the third point, that was actually a question by Tate Julia Steele. The question was, now that we have discovered the oil, and perhaps maybe in the future when we start producing the oil, are we going to have the price reduction in terms of petrol? The discussions surrounding that topic is still going on, but let me just pinpoint, or let me just point you to Her Excellency's, one of the, when she was sworn in as a president, she made remarks to say youth empowerment and resource beneficiation. One of the reasons why we don't have, why the oil price in Namibia is high is because we do not produce oil. We import, from outside. And obviously, there's a price that we pay. And of course, we need to create, we have to make sure that whatever we are spending, we are able to secure fuel for the country. That's why it's expensive. Now, if we bring in the issue of resource beneficiation, if we are talking about resource beneficiation and the price of your resource is expensive, then we don't have resource beneficiation. So what I'm trying to say is that since Her Excellency had made that statement, resource beneficiation, I'm sure one of the discussion that is going on today is that as soon as we start producing our oil, we need to subsidize so that the oil is going to be affordable to the people.
Yeah, epuliro ndapurwako kucha no maoli chia utoku okuhitamo lotenga zetu yana nwana mbana matungulisa opereza mairi mbwapo mai tanauko kuyako uwa ukapita ndi pwiri nai indo kadhiriro ndimo yanja chimanga nai posia motara mwingo maunguliro kucha bichima tucha obandu bemuno uwa mwimbyo binikoro byao chisokuli okutuna opereza yo maoli chisokuli la chimwe chabyo ya posiana wa matu chuwako kucha imdo owangechefo then o market anjituhungira ili tuno ini no wenambi mabihiti mo market achibiro vingi oyo pereza no chiri rombwako no okucha obina bihembyo kumatuso kutarako kucha kako matuko jo kucha tumuno maoli chimwe chabyo aliro pereza yo maoli no penje na ingo kucha matulandisa atuisa koji cha murongo kumatulandisa.
And most of our respective ladies here, they didn't ask questions, they made contribution, and like I said, we took note of those, and we are going to do something about it.
Omambonga buko honga bemba, omambongo mawange karamo mapeta, mwa njo mambo mawa, nguma tutora, tukaungulire ko chinene uliri. Omambo mawa chinene kamupuliro mapuliro, mwa chitocho mama, okutupo muhonga.
And then the question that came after, unfortunately our projector went off because of the electricity. I wanted to display a map just to answer the question if oil and gas has EPLs. EPL, exclusive prospective license, is for mining. For oil and gas, we call them petroleum exploration licenses. It's almost a similar concept, but remember, if you look at I'm not sure if, but knowing that you are from OPUWO, you are probably familiar with the EPL, how you can acquire EPL and how the process looks like. With oil and gas, if you remember from his presentation, my colleague from NAMCO, there was a map where he made a statement to say everything that is in color, that was the, yes, those were the companies that are actively involved in the oil and gas industry of Namibia. Now, that whole map of Namibia has been subdivided in 2 blocks. So, as opposed to the EPL, the area of interest is demarcated at that time. For oil and gas, the blocks are already subdivided. It's a matter of an investor. Okay. It's a matter of investor like yourself to come and verify a specific block if it's available for you to put up an application. The concept is almost the same, except that the requirement for oil and gas, it's totally different because it's capital intensive, and the technology that is required is totally different from what the mining industry is concerned.
Yakepuliro kujo mauli yene nokuka morwethe rwa IPL obina bibari bya ngodoela uli pudet yo IPL no ela njari yo petroleum pothia biungro mano peke bena peka ro bloka bukondo utwethe bukondo mumutari wa mawali peke otara moka rwethe kwe po wape utwethe we utatu po utano nao ya okucha pothia ngunda byahanika nao apehe pekitwa maningiriro omuno license njino china no petroleum no gasa chimuna omukando chimuna o license njiyo EPL now.
Okay. And the question on SME classification was not really clear, but the way I understand it, it's the question was toward it's like we are only focusing on the this medium. Well, please, yes. It's like we are only, because he brought up the issue of contracts being awarded to one person. But if you remember in the presentation, we said we want a fair share. Perhaps maybe that did not come out clearly, but we want a fair share from small, medium, and to those. Yes, we cannot dispute the fact that there will be instances that some contracts, of course, it will be a challenge for small enterprises to participate. And perhaps we just have to find out, to strike a balance so that we can have or capacitate the SME. But when you are small and medium, you must be, try to push, when you are conducting business, aim to be up there and not to remain down there as an SME. Yeah. Okay. Perhaps. Yeah. It's correct.
Those people that are given or that are provided that are awarding the contractors. It's only just for the large company or the big company. And those who are in a smaller industry or smaller scales of enterprise, they still be remaining like that and they're not given anything. That's why we say that you're here to groom the small scale enterprises to the larger one. That's the thing. It's the huge gap between of them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we want you to put the things in action, not like what you are doing about.
All right. So we'll rather take that as a suggestion, and we thank you for that. Yeah. Investors not following policies. We, however, mentioned in our presentation to say we will come up with, or there are mechanism in places how we are going to monitor, so that all the companies adhere to the rules and regulations that are in place. And that's through continuous monitoring. And we are also asking our local representative to be transparent. It is the only way we can curb all these ill activities in the industry.
Yeah, komundambwi wo maunguliro okuutira komanjero wodo tenderano kodo kambani kudako nditinga ko banene ya ovina bitwa fokuhungira kokuchamba putu muno udeu petunwe kokucha omahaneno ye hanike nawa apehakara ntumadesi wape.
Tateka Ukondwa, your question on whether it's paraffin, diesel, or petrol, what are we talking about? All these are byproducts of the crude oil. Remember, what you have is a crude, it's that thick resource. When you refine it according to different grades, you get those products. You get from the same crude oil, you get your diesel, you get your petrol, and you get your power. They all go through a different grade of a refinery according to the specified requirements. So, in short, we are talking about everything. It's just that we are talking about the crude oil. What was discovered is crude oil. And diesel, petrol, paraffin does not come in their natural appearance as that specific resource in the ground. It appears as crude oil. I wish I had a sample to demonstrate.
Yeah, kwepuliro rainyanguka ukondwa chondu hapo mawali ngutwa pendulo kuhungiranga tuno diesela tuno petrola tuno parafina no mawali uhenga nuka hino kuinga ondera hapo o mawali ngoyene ya ochino mawali uliri omakandi okujo mwana mbumo etereke ojuhanga ndino nambano tereke ngawo nguma on diesela tereko petrola tereko parafina umwana mbumo eungura uliri poyaje njago mwechina chimwe ochichira mawali makandi.
I'm coming to the end of my answers, and there's only one question that I wanted to attend before I hand over to Mr. Sindiba to give answers to the question directed to him, and that was on the Angolan oil. I think the question was also not clear, but if I recall, I think the interest was to understand to what extent are we going to refine our oil so that we'll be able to use it in Namibia and in SADC. Now, let me just explain this thing to you. The oil in Angola, if we go to Angola at the service station, they are of the required quality standard. Yes. The standard is okay at the service station. What the government discourage and what is dangerous is Operation Gungura. Have we heard of that operation? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, o maoli on tengui o maoli jima tuka ungura nukura mambikupe o jithane kilo cho maoli wa Angola. Chuafe kama oko ya potenga ya Angola nei popomba ukupakiro maoli yeri na waoliri posia nambano chiaka da potenga umonete mbuma tu ungulisa imbo popeka do de umbo nambano.
Operation Gungura. Remember, these are local people who are living in abject poverty, trying to put bread on the table. And now remember, when they sell you that container of oil, we have diesel, which is, for example, in Namibia, we only have 50 ppm. We have seen at the service station. In Angola, they have, up to now, they still have 500 that have phased out in Namibia. In terms of petrol, we have 95 in Namibia. In Angola, they still have 93 and 95. They still have those. 95, 93 is still there. 500 ppm is still there in terms of diesel. 50 ppm is still there. Now with Operation Gungura, because I want to sell you a full container. If you're asking me for diesel, I would say, okay, I have diesel here, but it's a combination of diesel and petrol, just to make sure that at least I gave you a full container. And also remember, we discourage the use of jerry cans that are not specialized, like a normal 25 liter that you can use to carry water. Oil itself, petrol, to be specific, especially now the 93, that is very strong, causes corrosion. And everything that you are putting in there, you are basically fueling up debts in your car. But remember also, we are not just advocating for the damage that that specific oil carries. Let me not go further, please translate. Yeah.
O chuatara chimatuno kucha chiwa epotenga eri nawa. Posiera mbano we chiwa ekotenga ete twali novo petrolo mapanda evali. Ochako vono moradado. Ima tu ithapu. Twali novo diesel mapanda evali. Ima tu ithapu. Uye na mbano wasiwa non diesel epandalimwe no petrolo epandalimwe. Omaungulisiro wa maoli motenga yoe ganduchi maekata na wakapo ingi na mbena hauto yiririra ukino kitengao okujo na umaya mu Angola opahanji owenju pakera muno uliri mena akucho o petrola njo imwe njo nguru njina oyo ino masa ino hanga ngambe oliteta no liteta no madujiwe ya okujo pondisira no jinga hanika nao oje nambano obechiwe po pomba ya Angola mopakerenji njupakera munondo pwiri obena thembari nganduko ndisela nambano bechiwe apo ami umwachi mulandu wanganda ngumba kapa hondisela konango omwango ndisela yimeje munie hiwe yako ndisela imbinayo njinayo ami okukara no 25 liter njo o litra murongo nandano airo ndisela yakachiri o litra ndo murongo nda etwamo petrola no injonguru auto era mbani awire mumba okuja omba mbutale wombo ojina charwe no kukutalewa ochoho chichindiro cho ndisela poma petrola inji wakarandanji ongwana yetu inji mutu teko meanji onjuaka omwaka twandisela ondo wanje hitimo tenga yoe muhoka mujo the injector laongo larowa ya okuja nambano ponambo indijua kateka potenga kapena udheu pothi andijua kateka kwami uinjecta muka madero wero.
Now the most important thing when it comes to Angolan oil or driving your car to fuel up at the Angolan tank at the cheaper price, you are not doing a favor to your economy. Why? Because every liter of fuel that you fuel up in the Namibian tank, there is a levy that goes toward road fund. Road fund is to take care of our road, to repair our roads, road construction. There's a levy that goes to Namibia Energy Fund, which is now the one that is busy distributing all these rural electrifications. There's a levy that goes toward MVA Fund, which is when you are involved in a car accident, then MVA Fund will come to cover. Perhaps if you injured yourself, they will take care of the treatment, whatever benefit that they will give to you. Now, when you fuel up in Angola, you did not contribute to that. Now, let's take an example. You drive your car to fuel up in Angola because the oil is cheaper there. On your way back, you hit your car in a pothole. You had an accident. You would want to claim from MVA Fund. Why are you going to claim when you did not contribute anything? Those are the questions and the discipline that we should learn how to control ourselves when it comes to these sensitive matters.
Mundambwi owatenga letunda ndiripo pomba ndabo bo sevesa ongabe ulire so we how to eta we tukondo kiza kongo tungina po kaluhekembo oputuka teka ya kolongwana okuja ko petrola nyuma pakere mo bongo maoli kujendisa la po petrola nyuma pakere mo tenga ywe kuba kama ali bakemwe kenda ko mbiko peke ombiko imwe njunguro bonjira imatu ya matunguro teje hapo pangine ombiko imwe o njia nja Sorry? Oh, you want me to use the mic? Okay. Ombikonjo yarwe. Ombikonjo yarwe. Matajo kujonjo yo momba modon jiranjo MVA fund. Yaro piri mbo petro fund. Ogu jo ombikondo obechimoteke mokutimo bihwa. Ombikondo made batirwa na yentu. Nungu obe namana we waire kona makundi. Okuwa irengo wakateko mundu watatu mutwevu. Obe ngunda uli komango hauta yeto umba. Waihamwa. Motho kukapangwa. Umbikonjo kuwa injo kaipanga muno. Mochitivi. Okucho wandu beanjo matha kucha tupakero maolingo wetunga kukucha obafanda obombiko peke inda kukiendo chicha murongonda de ungule de karade muno chimariva tukaende ko murungu.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll answer one question on the percentage.
Okay, follow up.
Okay, I'll answer that. I'll answer that question in short. It's a good question, and it's very good for everyone to know. Remember, Angola does not refine its oil. Angola has a very small refinery that can only cater for 30% of Rwanda, not even the whole Angola, 30% of Rwanda. That means that the remaining 70% is also dependent on the oil imported from outside. Now remember, Angola has been in production for some times. What they did to make their oil cheaper for their people, they subsidized the oil, which means that they signed what we call swap agreements with the refiners. Because I'm producing, I give you more crude, then you give me what I want for my consumption at a discounted price. Unfortunately, they cannot extend the favor to Namibia because it's not a resource for Namibian, it's a resource for the Angolan. It must only benefit the Angolan people.
Yeah. Epulire wewa nujira kongolero edhirire wa ewa ulirino. O Angola o maulinga ngube kohororo beni oba presende mirongo bitatu mu Rwanda ulirino. O maulingo walwe we kohorolisa ko birongo byaru. O wocho ba teke o maoli mbeno donjo bodo maoli o chibe hindo maoli waongo yeka kohorolwe abedu afana kweno mahinga ngumaye kohorolere kuchabewe peko perisa okehi ochorupa romaunguliro wakumwenga okucha kwetengwi katuno maunguliro ngo wakumwe oya kana atungule tekatukohorola maoli wete mbutu heji mbutu hena maoli tukamura maoli ngakohorolwa rukuru okuzako mahinga kutulanda okucha ambara ojiro ojicha rocho inde pulire wa jinene. Thank you.
Okay, the question on the percentage. So we've done some internal modeling as to what government can take. But provisionally, it will always be more than 50%. This I can guarantee you. Government can benefit between 52% to 60%. But it's on a case by case. Some discoveries, they are easy, they cost cheap. Others are in deep water, they can be expensive. And because the cost is eroding, the profit is also very little. And then you can range between 52 and 56. Other countries which have been producing for long, like Angola, they could now make, after a long time, they change the law and say, okay, I want to benefit even closer to 80%. And then they saw the people are going away, but now they need to increase. Then they say, okay, let's negotiate everyone on a case. What is important is bring your numbers to the table. I bring your numbers to the table. We negotiate. If it is something that is acceptable, then that is fine. But it is between 50. So this I'm talking about, that 5% plus the 35%, plus there's something they call additional profit tax, which can be 5%, plus some training and levies, license fees, plus now your 10% participation of government. That altogether will be that. But if you want to remove, like other countries that don't want to have taxes, but rather they call it profit oil, then you demand and you let go of taxes. So there are two systems. You choose which one you want to use. You want tax or participation?
Yeah.
We use tax.
Obo presente chiwatu ambio binavi hekumwe bima bieneno kutuako mwakara kombando obo presente 50 na mbali nganduko 50 na ndanongo nao posia nambano chichiri china chi ocho hicho kuchabi obe nambano mwene no cheka kwa mimi wangu obo presente 3 omugenda cha mwango 3 eya mimi iko 3 ninda tambako omaye wangu obo presente 35 na ndano okujana janje nao wapanjalero okujo china chokuhungira o negotiation nakina chokuhungira pokati ko bandu bumabe kutathana monge jeff amutara kuja njenji pire ipi njihe njipirire ipi umundu mwana wamaene no kuchaye etekana kumu protect akaparukade opo jima tuungura ndo present zetu no okujena mbano omahio maeka mujira kaneno no kwimbo bapwikemba umundu mwingine atalele kongo toriho mkwetu Namimbia upula naire nukula mbiko tokemba chimba kotoka mba okamba niye kwami okuya noho mwindo bakamba nithe kobe peno kirara kaneno kakucho binda mbirimbo ombutu pehiuliro onjo tora kamba ninjo ye kupika muno numa mucho kucha yadhu kokulengwi koma pahero nganduko maunguliro.
We are approaching the end. Ne? Matumana nambano ne? Yeah, so I just want to do about maybe 3 interventions.
Yeah, ambara tuya poku manajimba twake koli nao. Uje makuliro yanda. Pwede mwaba kuje kulia mabianu. Kawami wene, kawinda? Yeah.
With all the questions and the suggestions, I really continue to appreciate because your questions and suggestions are not only to recommendations to the policy, but they are also teaching us how to prepare for further presentations.
Yeah, ochiongiriro chenu enweni ngunda amuhena kuchuo kuchochi na ndengupu uchitapi iba pumulimba kakuja chineno kwinji oruturo maunguliro njiro policy porwe pothia wina kimatwi kutuweze twale kukahungira mwetu upike now.
If somebody would ask a question whether what is this oil you are talking about? Is it paraffin? Is it petrol? Is it what? So tomorrow we will talk about it to say we are talking about petrol and all the byproducts that we can get from there.
Oye nambana tikitu yapo chihungiriro charwe ena mwabu no kupura mapuliro mawango nambana chimatu upikwa kwa kuchatuchevi mwachi wanje chimatu hungira maoli okucho petrol no diesel no paraffin kanduko maoli wondera.
There was a question on the gap between central government and traditional leaders. That they are left out by most important information. And I would like to say, as if we have already read your mind, as we are speaking and as we are here in this hall, the traditional leaders have their annual meeting that is happening in Ontangwa. And we are already prepared. We are going to do a presentation for them tomorrow.
Ohungane puliro ndapura kuja onwe era omweto bino biwambi no banane ombadu muna chiba obengi kabepo bwahemba no mwetu paturula kuje mwache very kontangwa ngwi banane ombadu very kontangwa beno bongalero yayo unane ombadu nambano matukebe po chihungiriro mumbongalero njo yawo njo noho kucha tube po matha no kucha betu atere mwimbi matuhungirembi okakucha kwete na watu upikwa.
There is also a concern that this information that we are sharing here is only with the people of OPUWO, but we need to go deep down in the villages, maybe to come here for a month or for weeks, so that we can go to all the villages. I really do not want us to promise things that we will not be able to do. Because as of now, we are still putting up the structure of the unit. We are only about 12 now in the unit. And as I speak to you now, we have divided ourselves in 3 groups. There is a group that I'm leading, taking care of Kunene and Omsati, Oshana, Oshikoto, and Ohangwena. There is another group that Mr. McLeod, Carlo McLeod, my deputy, is taking care of, and they have already started in the south. They did Karas and Hardap. They are in Omaheke today. They will do Erongo and Ochozonjupa. And then there is a 3rd group that is taken care of by, or being led by, the Petroleum Commissioner, Madam Maggie Shino, and they are doing the Kavango West, Kavango East, and then Zambezi. So we are very few at the moment, and that is why we cannot really promise to say we will come back one day and go to all the villages. Because what we do in Kunene, we should be able to do in all other regions. So our apologies for that. But we will continue to bring the information to the region so that the region can share with all the constituencies and all the villages.
Epuliro ndaningire mbakucha ngatuhanja uketwende ku urongombo titi tutwalombuze mji ba manda omaningiro mawa posio humandu okuhena kwene na ulidi muchikweno chipangise okambero katiti ko bantu mulona bebali nunaye mwana nguma tungura mbitwa tweri hane ne rukuru twete mbatwe yangu nongwi wako tuwemwe bayireke hirogongwe nangwina naye bali mu maheke mabe yako cyobonjupa wako tuwemwe bayiko munda mbwina wosa mbesi ete mambutu yangu nongwi twakamburo kunene omusati oshana ohangwena na chikotomba nayi oya twakonjongo kucha ombuze ibade katiti po chinyokyo tukondwa okudambo tupaho ndunge yokucha no matungura bikucha otukondwa no tupaho mwano wokuli batera chibadu nukubu bana wanai ompudhenji kama tu okudikamiza kujama tukotoka mina kujungura wabitu habere rukuru posi acha tuwango kukotoka ndaku mapenene.
Okay, then I could also tell from the questions that there is a concern that when it comes to scholarships, Kunene is left out, but it is not the case. We just communicated now to Petrofund because we wanted to give information that are accurate. As we are talking, we have about 6 students under UNAM, in UNAM and NAST, under the Petrofund support. And these students started to have the support already when they were learners in grade 11 from Kunene region. Okay?
Ohungano kucha chimape anjo chimariva no utuweze okukerihonga okunene ngakumunikwe ya mbango kucha atuhahaka posi atuno wahongwa hambu umwe mberi ko yuna mana mberi honga no chimariva ho chimago Petrofandahi ya mbala ko kunene nuka china cha utire naye ka o bauta rukuru ngunda bari mondondo jo ija munogo na umwe okumuno mbatironji kandu chimaike behitisa ko yunam.
Among those students, one is already doing a master degree and is being funded until that level, and the rest are doing the undergraduate degrees in the master's is in the exploration geophysics.
Yohana Jemba ohambo umemba umwe wao na maunguro master nai imba warwe mabe ungura obon degree katiti lokehi ya ungo master ngi ungura mochi na mobi na biyo kupa exploration na matungire
And for those ones that I spoke about earlier that went to Angola, there were also 2 from Kunene region. There is 1 Themba and 1 Himba.
Owanachemba mbutwa hindire kwa Angola mbuma tucha wakotoka wahita mwawo kamba ninda wa maoli webari noho wa kunene mwimbo minongo webari mba hindire mwe beduna ono ya webari wa kunene umaji umudhemba numaji umuhimba.
So we continue to do that, and we are really, really into regional representation.
Inambe matungura no chiungura chetu putwa kurama okucho tukondwa tuhe tuliro tunarupauliri.
And on that note, next in our program is just a vote of thanks, but I would also like to take this opportunity really to register our profound appreciation for this meeting. And I could really see that you are interested in the matters that are affecting you, the people of Kunene, and that is why you can be in the hall until, what is the time now? 8 o'clock in the, 8:30 in the evening. Can we applaud ourselves?
Alikana atwado no kucha nao chiri wetu wandu putune nyandwe nene kondero no una rupa wenu okukara pombongalero nji ngandunai oiri chitu hen chiapiti muhambo ndatunai mai ko muyungwina at twanyamuko.
That can only be commitment and also loyalty to the people of Kunene, your fellows.
Chiri omeri anjerero ondangu nondengero nomeri susupalisiro kwene ko bandu benu imbambu makuramenepo okudamburo kondura Kunene okunene okuhepa.
And what we are taking from here, we are really going to take it as information or inputs of the people of Kunene as a representation of the whole.
Okuja mbito no kukambulamba obinambi matumuno kuja chiri byadu ko Kunene nuko bandu banambango oberia njere bima bikulamene podondero no byung no bombiri doroko Kunene obondero no bombiri.
And I would like to plead with you that all the information that you got from here, please share with the rest that were not here. All this information that we get from here, we will put them together in a report that we will go to cabinet and to the president. Remember, we are coming from the office of the president, and we are going to convey the greetings to the president from Kunene region. Of course, I'm not here to do the vote of thanks, but I would really want to give hands to our director of the program. And to our honorable governor and to all of you. Otherwise, thank you, really, thank you very much from the bottom of our heart.
Yeah, I make ambrokucha amikombinjo yanje. I have had several meetings. As a director of ceremonies. It's the first time to be thanked and touched. I'm very, very happy. It is really encouraging. And I know there is always a next time. I know next time we will continue. So, thank you very much. Oh, what? Yeah, Honorable, he was requesting if we can perhaps arrange to sit afterwards in some other days to sit around the policy and see whether we can also still iron it and add something.
Yes, it's a good question. It is also something that we would really agree to, should we have enough time. For now, I would like really to say we apologize, we will not be able to do that. Why? It is because as of now, the companies have already started to work in the industry. And some of them, we cannot really go to them and find out whether they are complying or not, because the policy is not finalized. So the first thing we need to do, we need to finalize as soon as possible for us to be able to count those companies accountable for whatever they are doing. Therefore, for this point, at this point in time, we will not really be able to come back and have a sit again. We will only be able to send you the final product. But nevertheless, I would like us to have a family picture, okay. Yeah, just for our report later when we are done, and that the food is also ready. It was supposed to be for lunch, now we are going to have it for dinner. Thank you so much. And I would like also to thank my team for the job well done.
Yeah. Okuneno kuhepa, alikana mutengwa maundu chiri omaningiro mawango, nguwa ningirengo pothia, na engunda kama atucha matungulireko, ya menaro kucha, o polisi ini wakaya manuka, okucha gatu konjire ulimbona, nambano luwedoro ya mtu wama undu kupata.
Kaka mimeja ndangi jinene, kwenye me utile poji porupandwi, wanajipa waserandumba, porume nubo wakururumba mwehe bumakana no bumwe dipungu hilo luweze ndwi no kuplatina ko jikitwa himongoro wanji donji. Ngawa na aje himya njere mbodo kupata. Ko kuja kiri mweri yanjere kuza kuma uharangwini. Nganda muyamba burundurukire mba mulimba ngandumba nayi oyire maika tono mubyu. Makira isamba ngono no ku yanjo oruya medo ko chiwana chenu. Bima byunguro we chiwana chenu. Obye biwana byenu. Okime mujere okuneno kuhepa amuhe ochiwana kijado ko nganda. Okime yanjo dangi yanje onene gihinda pita ko nguro horo mende uma ngura ngandumba meka muro yangudu ngahino. Mundo nare njo bata manenga ipo mutu na inoho. Mamu ngura uli meri pungu hauli kuja mukaremba nganduko iringi. Honga muto na uliri.
Yeah, I have to thank you all, dear participants and our visitors, for your total commitment. And I have to call this really a total commitment. Just imagine up to what time we are sitting. I know you don't have overtime for this because it was not planned, but at least you have now dedicated your whole time to be with us here. Is something that we really value.
Dr. Hambindi, meje kunene kuhepa temba mudwa kana no euro yuapa. No hamatu la iso jihorero jiwa kujawa mitanda bihorere kuja. Etinoho tunambango.
And we have our veterinary doctor here, Dr. Hedibi. Thank you very much for your presence. We really value you. The youth can also learn from us that as much as we are dedicated, they should be also.
Meanje on kuneno kuhepa kwa sereka zende mitanda mumulimba ko kuja kiri mwedi laisa nawa kinene orondo bara bata mono wasera ndumbena namura yime yanja kwende no hamuhe mitanda olwezo rwenu eteyo yini zare tukotura katu brade no rude dutegimba inje ko bikitwa iterere bakwendo barwe mujikando charwe ko bikitwa hamugwana imbi mbaye hungiro megurisiro.
For the youth and our female folk, really, I take my hat off for your presence. It only shows dedication and commitment. I know some of you are supposed to cook there at home, but you are here. Maybe we hope we will not be beaten up there.
Umutoroke mabe ondengere ngihina pizza. No muhamise no mutoroke noho. Ko biungro yombi wa ungurambi.
Thank you.
Andale ko wa pe ondangi no wa sesengwa tunwa ko jitwe no.
Thank you.
Gande.
Koruseni
na macho mukalo na koroneri ya wachirunga kitu alime mombangalero yo mine bekupura ko kucha kema mo ngoro bizago yo musengo muhama mo binambi imbi amuhaki wo maude ungeri kamu yekiwa onondo kamu yeye munda kamu bada mbona jimu jobinda aye mundu jima ningiro mine ete batumupe ogodo bayo hambo bali pesa kuyo mundu goma piruna majanga mo jingirisa majanga matwa mo lokoranda mundo ka debada usaitonga wandu ka berese marakango ngeri mo usaitonga muplaka ko jinda jima mo oji ono desbota oji meje ndajo meje bihiro meje ko plaka ko jabi hapo ko mutatimbi kuno ojimbota jipi kondundu njina ojimbota jipi mundu ngulimba maluvi ngadirevi ngapirulevi kinangaro omachivisiro mutirango kende.
Yeah, with regard to the former operations, maybe it's a take home, take back to the others perhaps. It is regarding the licensing of mines and mining operations. It is put on a notice board, the application for opposition, someone to go and oppose. But when you go to the actual locations where the mines are, you will not find these facilities, buildings and notice boards.
Kimya jana mecha bi omachivi onjivisiro ochino jinandengu onjiviro omafa.
With this, I just want to say information is very important, power, and it is enriching in terms of knowledge. So it is really important for information to be made available for those who need it.
Omari kuma muhungiro ndo ne wezu oyimba na mbena kwa kanduke mepo morati ombeni wabudati no kuchobindo yibamba bihungirwa ondika bezuliri kibe kufetululirwa nei menaro kuja mweya kuwo mwewe setulura mamba ha mamba kiri balu okucho okuhakaena okino kina hepero okuja tupasa no njivisiro.
That set us on a trajectory and saying, at least now you are here and you are so committed to be with the people, now they understand. That is the type of information which we want to reach the people.
Kiwe yapo mundu nei, amuhakaene no mundu, amina uli ahabaturo jinyochi, kama ojo mundu go kokoma, uhungira kombanda, po uhungira kehi, kama omujiwa po hega baturo jinyochi, mojo mundu go asanapi, mamukara sanapi, po mboro po jiwa.
When you come and meet somebody who did not open a mouth, you will not know whether this person is really speaking or the person cannot speak.
Oya jimeja na meja ndangi koruhindo ndua tora moji hako chipeji wa mine mombero yo presidenta okuzako yungunambiwa dina yo mombero yo domine no mumuno vingi peke kuja kiri jiri watu ruhindo weyamba nuno homori ange helihe numeka mbira uja mutu kagu kakara pehi mutu mokotoka noho chwaka mana chwaka mokata no kondarae okotoka.
I therefore would like to thank you very much. I know you from your previous work in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and I believe that sometime when you find a time, you might come back and see us again.
Ochimejo kunene kuhepa, ochimeja ndangi menaronga bana kukuja watu oro ruhindo no baungure wewe mbiro weyamba we kutokerwamba mongono wanjino iki. Nari kana meningire kukuja ujikando yaro chimamuya Akaene no do mbiro de tu do ngabana no do cancela